Here we go up in blue, Karen Jacobson. Taking off on another right. Throwing a little cutty there, and then the wave kind of peters out. She's going to get back out there and get one that kind of navigates through all the way to get those bigger scores.
Candace Appleby got on the board with her second score. It was a 4.23. So Candace in the lead with a 4.0 and a 4.23. Karen Jacobson getting herself on the board and will move up into second place with that meager score. But important for her to get on the board, so she gets that wave from the mid area and rides it all the way through. On the outside, meanwhile, yellow having a look, white also. No rides there. First score for Karen Jacobson, a 1.6. And here goes yellow. It is Taryn Kite. Nice looking wave. Nice bottom turn into that cut back, but the wave dies out quickly on the shoulder. Candace moving over towards the pier. Keala Dories not far from her. And here goes Keale, attempting, stroking, and that one just not even close to breaking. 12 minutes, 30 seconds, 12:30 remaining. There you see Karen Jacobson near the pier. And not sure if some waves are headed her way, but just a reminder to all of our competitors that you must be standing on your board at all times possible. As we see yellow having a look, but it's white further down the line. This is Keale Dories from Australia. And the Aussie, nice little cut back right there. And now just kind of riding it to the inside, looking for more. Can't find much. So she kicks out. Karen Jacobson back up standing on the outside as Candace Appleby trying for this one. And she won't get it. Nine minutes, 40 seconds, 9:40 remaining. of our great board sponsors, Starboard Innovation Quality. Team riders like Zane Schweitzer, Sean Pointer, Izzy Gomez, Giorgio Gomez, just to name a few. And there you see the standings currently in this heat number 3. Candace Appleby in the lead with a 4.23 and a 4.0. Karen Jacobson, just a one-wave score of a 1.6 is enough to get her into second. And Kiale Doris waiting for her score to come through. Could be enough to outpoint Karen Jacobson. Taryn Kite also got a wave. And here's yellow. Taryn Kite with some open face to work with, and she's moving that board around. So nice little turn there. Carving Cuddy right there. Good paddle transfer. And working down the line to the bottom of the wave and bashes it up off the top. Goes for it. Gets exploded, but give her a lot of credit for charging that inside shore break right there. Kiale Dory's now up and riding. So the girls getting into a bit of a flurry with 7 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. Stand by for scores. Stand by for scores coming in for Kiale Doris. And for Taryn Kite. And Candace Appleby and Karen Jacobson close together. And here we go. Here's Karen Jacobson paddling. She is up and riding, going on her backhand, and decides that the wave is going to close out as it does, and she jumps off. Probably a good move there. 6 minutes remaining. Here's Candace Appleby. And she's got some speed down the line. Trimming the paddle. Nice little check turn right there. And carves for a little cutty on the shoulder and kicks out. Whether that will be better than her low score of a 4.0 is yet to be determined. Standing by for last score of Taryn Kite. She's currently in 4th, but her second wave score is going to come in the mid-range in the 4.5 to 5 point range, and that'll take her from 4th probably all the way to 2nd. Last score for Taryn Kite was a 4.67. Yellow, you have moved into 2nd. Yellow, you are now in 2nd. Red in 1st. Yellow in 2nd. White in 3rd. White, you need a 3.24. White needs a 3.24. Blue, you're in 4th. Blue, you need a 4.41. Blue needs a 4.41 with 4 minutes and 25 seconds remaining. So Taryn Kite, Dave, able to get a score that is the best score of the heat, and that throws her from 4th into 2nd.
Yeah, that was interesting to watch since Taryn's been a little bit more selective in her waves. Seemed to catch the right one and got a good score. I also like Candace's strategy of staying busy. You know, she's navigating the whole playing field there, getting a lot of waves. And so rightfully so, you see Candace and Taryn in 1st and 2nd place at the moment.
And on the inside, it's Keali Dories trying for something on the inside. And looks like more waves out the back. Candace Appleby has her eye on it. And not going to go. A little bit of a closeout down the line. See that whitewater just crashing all the way through. So we've been dealing with the higher tide in the morning. It seems to be a little bit better on the high tide, so the girls are scoring some good waves. You see Yellow prone paddling across the way and has to bail.
Yeah, and Rock, it looks like we do have a dropping tide, so what that'll do to the lineup, it'll make the waves less fat, but it's going to get probably more walled. So, you know, the wave selection will definitely come into play, but I think that it'll open more places to take off rather than just next to the pier. So there'll be that second right, and then also that left, and the famous Rob Machado left down the way, I think. So there'll be potentially 4 takeoff zones, and it's going to be fun to watch, see everybody spread out and get a lot of waves. As we see Yellow, Taryn Kite, currently 2nd in this heat. Nice little snap. Doing a good job picking waves that are giving her some opportunity to do moves. And she does a little rebound and falls out the back right there. But, yeah, Taryn surfing pretty well. She's from South Africa. And as you know, yesterday the South Africans took over the trials event, taking 1st and 2nd. It's good to see them out here. Very competitive and surfing really good.
Yeah, she was tearing it up there for a moment, was Taryn Kite. And gets another little score to solidify her 2nd place position with 1 minute, 30 seconds remaining. She was able to squeeze a turn in there before that foam climb attempt that she was not able to complete. So she'll get a few points for that. Heat number 4 is all checked in and ready to go. Here we go. This is white Keali Dories. And Keali, the young Aussie, trying to hold that board steady. A lot of bumps through the face there. Gets a roundhouse cutty in and floats up and over and can't complete. She needed a 4.87 to go from 3rd into 2nd. Last score for Taryn Kite was a 2.97. So Taryn Kite currently in 2nd. Keali Dories in 3rd. Karen Jacobson in 4th. Karen Jacobson needs a 6.04. Here she is up and riding. And a nice little check turn right there. And counting down, that was the end of the heat. So going on to round number 3 is Candace Appleby and Taryn Kite. Keali Dories in 3rd, Karen Jacobson in 4th. Counting down for heat number 4 in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Heat number 5, check in. Heat 5, please check in. Aline Arisaka, Lori Park, Shelby Schweitzer, and Sarah Hauser, please check in. Heat number 5, check in. In the water right now, heat number 4, Caroline Angibou from France in red. Sophia Bartlow from the U.S. in white. Brisa Malaga from Peru in the blue. And Maria Kinji in the yellow from New Zealand. So Caroline Angibou gets on the board with a one-wave score. Her first wave, a 1.93. Sophia Bartlow gets on the board with a 1.17, as does Brisa Malaga. She's got a 0.7. So just waiting to see from Maria Kinji. And here we go, up and riding on the outside is blue, Brisa Malaga from Peru. And working on her backhand, nice, another cut back right there. So there's a couple of turns and then goes down in the shore break, and the board gets pounded, but everything seems to be okay. Here we go, red up and riding. That is Caroline Angibou. And just a quick left-hander for her as she heads towards the pier. And Brisa Malaga, the last wave score was a 2.77. Blue goes to first. So blue is in first at the moment, followed by red. Red just needs a 1.55 to regain the lead. Here's white. Sophia Bartlow. And working on her backhand. Nice couple of carving cutbacks right there. And it's going to stick to the left for the moment.
As we see scores getting posted, leading the heat right now is Caroline. She's got a heat total score of 4.83 in red. Second place is Brisa from Peru with a heat total score of 3.47. Sitting in third is white, Sophia Bartlow. You are in third. You need a 2.31 to turn this heat. And still waiting on scores for Maria King. So Caroline in red, you are in first place. Brisa in blue, you are in second. Sophia in white, you are in third, needing a 2.31.
Maybe grab Shelby and just a quick like, hey, how do you, if she's okay with that? Sounds good. Like, I'd love to embarrass her.
17 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. 17:40 remaining. And we're standing by for a couple of scores here. Standing by for a score from Sophia Bartlow.
Yellow taking a look, but actually we got red going left. Going for it. Slamming that oncoming section. You got to like that. Fortunately going down. But it's really good to see the girls pushing it. Caroline right there. Now you see the replay in hyperspeed.
Sophia Bartlow's last score was a 2.3. That still keeps her in third place. So red, you're in first. Blue, you're in second. White, you're in third. White, you need a 1.18. White needs a 1.18. Yellow, you're in fourth. Yellow needs a 3.47. Yellow needs a 3.47. See Zane Schweitzer in the foreground from that southerly angle.
The
Shooting,
birthday boy.
That way.
Zano, the big 2-1.
Oh, bro. So we'll see Zane later today for beach interviews and things that'll be happening in and around the area here at Huntington Beach for the Stand Up Paddle World Tour.
Stu, let me know when you're ready. Okay, there's a lull and wave, Stuart. I'm going to turn on your mic. Get ready. Okay, Stuart, your mic is ready. It needs to be turned on your side. And then hold it nice and low.
No, what is this?
I know. Trying to fight it. Okay, got it. Okay, Rocky, throw it. Okay, Rocky's gonna throw it.
I hate that.
All right, so while we have a little bit of a break in the action, we are going to throw you down live on the beach with Zane Schweitzer. He's standing by with Shelby.
Go, Zane, go.
Aloha guys, how's it going? We're here for day one of the main event of the Stand Up World Tour Huntington Beach Pro. And I'm here with my little sister and competitor from the women's event. Shelby, how you feeling coming into this this event? You know, beach break, waves are big. How you feeling out there?
Super excited to just get in the water. I'm a little nervous and timid of the shore break, but besides that, it looks super fun, good conditions.
No lie, you know how to handle these waves. Nah, good luck out there, Shelby. Have fun and good luck and go kill it.
Yeah.
All right, yeah.
All right, doing the Schweitzer family proud, Zane and Shelby. And Shelby will be coming up in the next heat against Aline Arisaka, Lori Park, Sarah Hauser will join her in heat number 5. Right now, action in heat number 4, Caroline Anjibou in first. Small scores posted.
Camera 1, can you go tighter on the girls out in the back? Camera 1.
None of our surfers able to get over a 2.9 for the moment, but it is enough to keep Aunt Caroline Anjibou in red from France in first. Brisa Malaga from Peru is in the blue in second. And Sophia Bartlow in white in third. She needs a 1-2-8 to go to first. To go to second. Here she is up and riding. Looking right, goes left. And gets kind of upended by some funky white water over near the pier, so that won't get her the score into second place. Meanwhile, Maria King in yellow, no waves yet, with 12 minutes and 45 seconds.
Plenty of time and plenty of waves to get some scores. Competitors being very selective on wave catching. Everyone's, I think, a little bit afraid to get caught in the inside. As we see Sophia Bartlow again on the left. She's kind of working that inside left right there. It seems to be standing up a little bit more. Oh, and she's going for the pier shoot. Nice. Maybe inspired by Laird Hamilton shooting that Malibu pier seen across the world last week for Hurricane Maria.
Yep, and she made it through.
She did make it through. I'm scared to do that.
And she's on the other side now, the north side of the pier. Here is red, your heat leader, Caroline Anjibou. And Caroline carving a nice turn there. A little bit of a bigger board that she's riding, possibly to get her through these flat sections. And carving a nice another turn on her forehand. Gets to the inside section. And finishes with
nice.
A nice turn right before the closeout. So Caroline Anjibou from France getting possibly one of her better scores of the morning.
Yep, great little wave by Caroline right there. And that's what we've been waiting to see, really, Rocky, is someone connect the dots, get a turn out the back, work it through the middle, and complete the ride on that inside section. That's what she did. She's going to be rewarded. And Caroline kind of taking this heat
Karen Stewart, how are you doing? You all right?
by the horns, going for it. As we saw earlier, she went for that backside lip bash.
Yeah, we
And one of the only competitors yet to kind of navigate through the shore break and throw it up in there. So nice ride by Caroline in red.
That sounds sick.
And we're going to throw you back live on the beach with Zane Schweitzer, who's got Karen Jacobson.
Hey, how's it going, guys? I'm here at Karen Jacobson from Mexico, Punta Sayulita, actually. Little bigger waves than you probably normally surf in Sayulita, Karen. How was it out there for your heat?
It was hard, especially being a goofy footer, surfing backside. There's some good waves coming in. The current's super strong, and the girls were doing really good. It was fun.
Oh yeah, for sure. The women talent out there nowadays in the Stanley World Tour is just getting so high. Are you nervous out there coming into these events lately?
Maybe in my first event I was really nervous. Now it's just like I try to really concentrate and look at the waves before going in the water.
Oh yeah, for sure. And we saw you had a little collision there with the Huntington Pier, the famous Huntington Pier. What was that all about?
Yeah, I was coming out of my heat, grabbed the white water all the way to shore, and then I guess I didn't make it all the way to the sand, and I just started getting like dragged back onto the pier, and I was like, oh, what's going on?
Oh no, I'm glad you're okay. I'm glad your equipment's safe as well, and good luck to you. Hopefully you made it. We'll be waiting eagerly to see how you did.
Thank you.
Thanks, Karen.
Thanks.
All right, so thank you, Zane. And Karen Jacobson, you will be into the repechage round. The official results from that heat number 3 were Candace Appleby in first, Taryn Kite in second, Kiala Dories in third, Karen Jacobson in fourth. So we'll see Karen Jacobson in the repechage. Meanwhile, Caroline Angibu, her last score, best of the heat so far, a 5.4. Red is in first. Sophia Bartlow with the last score of a 1.9. She was able to get up into second place. That puts Brisa Malaga down in third. And Brisa needs a 1.43. Here goes white. That's Sophia Bartlow. Big, long drop. Bottom turn and a mid-face check turn and headed right for a pylon and just steers clear. But Brisa Malaga in third. In blue needs a 1.43. Maria King in the yellow needs a 4.2. Last score for Sophia Bartlow was a 2.2. Last of white was a 2.2. Currently in second. That puts it up now for Brisa Malaga in third in blue. She needs a 1.73. Brisa needs a 1.73 to go to second. Time remaining 6 minutes and 20 seconds. 6:20 remaining. This is heat number 4. Heat number 5 coming up next. Here goes white, having a look, and that is Sophia Bartlow. No ride for white on that one right there. There's another one right behind, though, that offers up. And here goes Sophia. And goes down the line on her backhand and finds enough room for a cutback. Uses the paddle to keep the board moving. working it down the line. Here we go. Big inside section. And nearly completes the top turn.
Getting ready to go to one. Live on one. Putting a score up on one. Live on one. One is
And there you have Caroline Angibu in first.
most up to date I have.
So Caroline Angibu in first, 5.4 and a 2.9. And Sophia Bartlow
Check with Tristan.
in second with a 2.3 and a 2.2. Brisa Malaga in third, just needs a 1.73 to go to second. Maria King out there needs a 4.5.
Candace now.
And she's been out there. You see her in the yellow right there, but just no waves. Not sure if she's
Jump to camera 3. Gonna jump to camera 3.
unsure about which waves to take. She is from New Zealand, so
Live on
does
3.
not surf here all the time.
I think red is
Yeah, fortunately for her, she only needs a decent score, mid-range score, 4.5 to turn this heat. So, she could find that one wave that gets you that maneuver and a little longer ride, and she's really, she's not out of it at all with 4 minutes left.
Yep, Red is in first. Red is in the lead. Red's got a 5.4 and a 2.9. So Red, Caroline Angibu in the lead currently, followed by White. There on your screen, Sophia Bartlow. And Sophia making her way back out right alongside the peers. Scored a 3.2 on her last ride. So upping the ante right here for blue, Brisa Malaga. Brisa now needs a 2.74. And Brisa carving on her forehand, the goofy footer. Nice cut back there. Now coming back right.
It is going.
Finds more open face. And a big bottom turn going right at the shore break lip. But can't complete that turn. Looking for a 2.73, Dave.
Yeah, Brisa right there picking up a nice little left. I did like how she navigated through and saw the right and wasn't afraid to go right. And the right was a little more open face, a little glassier, and she had an opportunity to hit that lip. Unfortunately, she came unglued, but she will get more points, going for it and making it into the inside. So good move by her.
And we're going to take you down to the beach right now. We have the winner of the previous heat, Candace Appleby, standing by with Zane Schweitzer.
How's it going, guys? I'm here with the winner of the last heat, Candace Appleby. This is great conditions out there. I mean, pretty much as good as Huntington Beach gets. What's your take on it?
Yeah, it's actually a little bit tricky because that Hurricane Marie moved the sand around a bit, so there's a bit of self-preservation going on at the moment, but I was able to get some good ones and make it through, so I'm stoked.
Unreal, man. I mean, the waves are breaking super far out, and like you said, that sand is kind of taken away from the middle of the peak, making it tricky to connect all the way to the inside. Takes a lot of ocean knowledge, which is really tough. And a woman like you, you're a water woman, you know the ocean, and this is kind of like some of your training grounds. Do you train here a bunch, or do you stay more down south?
I come up here and surf every once in a while, but I surf mostly in San Clemente, but I've done lots of contests here, through my youth and shortboarding and longboarding, and today was a bit tricky. I got my waves early, then there was some bomb sets that, you look at the first one, you're like, oh, that's kind of okay, but then you see the 5 behind it that are just like dumping, so I got to surf smart, and I'm stoked to make it through to the next round.
All right, killer. Well, good job, Candace, and good luck in the next heats to come.
Thank you.
Aloha.
Thank you, Zane, and congratulations, Candace. We'll see you in round number 3. Coming up a little later today, and right now in this heat, 1 minute and 25 seconds. Caroline Angibu holding on to the lead, and Brisa Malaga. Last score was a 3.3. That moves her into second place. White, Sophia Bartlow in third. White needs a 2.88. And yellow in fourth. Yellow needs a 6.07. Yellow needs a 6.07. White needs a 2.88. And there is under 1 minute remaining.
Blue padding, losing graphic.
So there we go, Rock. We see a change in the standings with Brisa's last ride.
Wow,
as
nice
she
little
snaps
turn.
it under the lip right there. She's definitely not afraid. She's been going for it this heat. As you can see with that last turn, as her board just gets walloped by the piling right there. Hope she's all right.
That board was definitely
And Sophia, she grabs one right at the buzzer. She's dropped down a third. If she could pull this off, fortunately going down. More waves pouring through as Brisa is still in those pilings.
So Caroline won that heat. Get Red, Stewart, interview Red from this.
so that was the end of heat number 4.
Caroline Anti-Boo, Caroline Anti-Boo.
Heat number 4 in the books. Heat number 5 getting ready to start. Heat number 5 starting in 5, 4, 3, 2. Standing by. There was a little bit of a score that came through in the last moment of the heat by Brisa Malaga.
Okay, let's quickly go to the announcer's camera. Let's just talk about how these stalls are doing and that the waves are getting really nice out there. Getting ready to go to the announcer's cam. Getting ready for announcer's cam. 1, 2, and live on the announcer.
Here we go. We're going to count down the start of this heat in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That is the start of heat number 5 with Alina Aresaka, Lori Park, Shelby Schweitzer, and Sarah Hauer. And the waves are getting pretty good, Dave. Still remaining glassy, and the scores are improving.
Yeah, there's definitely great waves. It's definitely good sides. It's well overhead on the sets. And when the sets do come, there's multiple waves in that set. So we're seeing competitors being very selective. They don't want to get caught inside, and they want to make sure when they get that ride, it's a score. So a lot of selection going on as we see a couple riders going. Yellow. Oh, late drop attempt.
That was Sarah Hauser. Sarah Hauser from France. So it was her fellow French competitor, Caroline Anjibou, winning that last heat. Caroline was in first, Brisa Malaga in second, Sophia Bartlow in third, and Maria King in fourth. Check in heat number 6. Nicole Pacelli, Fiona Wild, Dominique Miller, and Nikki Newland. Please check in. Nicole, Fiona, Dominique, and Nikki, please check in for heat number 6.
So far, all the heats this morning, we've seen the competitors kind of nestling together next to the pier with that famous pier bowl right. I'd like to expect as the tide drops out, there'll be more peaks to be had, and we'll start seeing guys on the second peak and even that further south left peak as we see some waves coming. Got riders paddling. And we've already seen some chaos with the Huntington Beach Pier. A couple of the competitors getting tangled up in there. Riders paddling. We got Red giving a go on the backhand. That is Eileen Aresaka from Brazil. I believe she's coming off a knee injury, so it's good to see her back in the lineup here as she draws first blood in this heat. We'll wait for scores.
Okay, I'm going to jump to camera 1. Get ready for me, 1. Live on camera 1. Camera 1 is live. We're going to put up a graphic on 1. Putting up score graphic on 1. Scores are up on 1. Scores are up on 1.
As we see with 21 minutes and 45 seconds left in this heat, we've got one wave ridden by Eileen Aresaka. She's got a 1.96. White, Lori Park. Blue, Shelby Schweitzer. And yellow, Sarah Hauser from France has yet to catch a wave. From this angle, you can see just how far they're sitting out.
Taking off graphic. Graphic is off.
Riders are sitting quite far out as the waves are breaking close to the end of the pier on some of those sets.
Live on one, live on one.
As you will see in the yellow helmet there, cameraman Larry Haynes. He'll be there all day long. I don't know how he does it. I'm thinking Larry should make like a fitness DVD. He probably has Bunzo Steel. Yeah, fitness by Larry Haynes. I'd buy it. We got some women down here saying they'll buy it too, so I'm going to pitch that to Larry as he'll be kicking all day long, fighting that south swell current. And of course, working hard, getting us those water angles. Riders paddling.
Live on one, live on one.
Unable to scratch into that one. That's kind of nowhere's land. You know, it's not, the wave's not big enough to break on the outside, but it also isn't far enough inside to break. So as we get Shelby Schweitzer on her first wave, takes this left, goofy foot just like her brother Zeno as she kicks out.
Okay, looks like there's a little bit of a lull. We're going to switch this now and then we'll do on the beach. Okay, here we go. Get ready, Zane. Wait. Okay, go.
And while we have a little bit of a lull, we're going to take you down to the beach. Zane Schweitzer standing by with the winner of that last heat, Caroline Angibault.
All right, Caroline. So you're the winner of that last heat. Really tough conditions we've been hearing from the last few women athletes. How'd you feel out there?
It was some great condition, but that's true that I had the first wave just before the set came. So I ended a little bit by the pier, and then I was completely exhausted. So I think I was lucky to have one long wave all the way to the shore.
Oh, you could get really tired out there easily, with this current and the consistent waves, and that pier can get pretty scary with the pillars.
Yeah, they were just looking at me like if they want to eat me, so I went on the other side of the pier to paddle out, and that was easier.
All right, well, you conquered it. You advanced on through. Good luck and good job. All right, Caroline.
Thank you, Zane. Congratulations, Caroline. We'll see you in round 3. Zane Schweitzer going green down there. And here is yellow, just pounding away, trying to get into this wave. That is Sarah Hauser, and not much of a ride there as she turns her board around and heads back to the outside. Right now, Aline Arisaka in first with a 1-2-3 and a 0-7-3. Shelby Schweitzer in second with a 0-8-3 and a 0-4-7. Lori Park in third with a 0-8-3 and stand by. Looks like Sarah Hauser, no waves yet. And it looks like blue in position. This is Shelby. And Shelby not going to go on that one. Probably looked down the line and realized it was going to close out on her. 17 minutes, 25 seconds. Heat 6 should be checked in. Nicole Pacelli, Fiona Wild, Dominique Miller, Nikki Newland. And blue not able to get into that one. Here we go. This is yellow. That's Sarah Hauser from South Africa. And just can't continue there. That section just getting really, really fat and kind of slopey right there, so she could not make that connection. She'll paddle back out for more with about 16 minutes and 10 seconds left here in heat number 5. Here's Aline having a look. And Shelby has to give way. Aline, pretty good shoulder right here to work with. You see that bulky knee brace supporting her left knee, not holding her back on this wave. Her third tight slash right there to the inside, and probably a good move there to kick out and get over that breaking shore break.
Yeah, Alina looking lively right there. She got a little zip in her surfing. I like that. Looking aggressive, going fast, and she'll make her way back out there.
Okay, guys, I'm back on, and we have replays back up and running. We are in the mix. Fuck yeah. I'm sleeping here tonight.
And there's Sarah Hauser.
Go for Christian.
Just a quick one for Sarah.
As soon as this one wave is paused, yeah, let's get an interview going. Let's get one of the guys that's going to be in the main round later. Get one of the guys to kind of talk about how the girls are looking and how they think the waves are going to be for their heat. Just kidding right now. Anybody that's close at hand. No, a guy. Give me a guy. Like, let's talk to a Kyle or a Connor or someone just about, what they think their heats are going to be like in an hour or two from now.
Standing by for the last score of
Camera 3, I'm coming out to you.
Aline Arisaka, going to be one of the better scores of the heat. And it's going to keep her in first place. It's going to extend her lead in first place.
Play back set. As soon as I got distance to see the HMI properly, it was you. Let's get on the towel. In the second I set it to C, then Adobe was like, oh, there's another model. And we just went from there.
Last score for Aline Arisaka is a 5.57. Last of red, a 5.57. Red, you're in first. Yellow, you are now in second. Yellow, you have a 1.2 and a 0.73. Blue, you're in third. Blue, you need a 1.11. Blue needs a 1.11. Fourth place, white, Lori Park. White, you also need a 1.11. So third and fourth needing identical scores to get to second and catch Sarah Hauser. Aline Arisaka starting to pull away with a last score of a 5.57. Time remaining 13 minutes here in heat number 5.
Okay.
And our girls see something on the way. Here they go, paddling.
Camera 1 coming
Looks
to you.
like Sarah Hauser
Camera 3 is live.
in position for the right. And she's up
Take a second.
on her forehand. Cutting back to the whitewater and just digs a rail and goes down.
Let's do a test. Okay, go to camera 1, go to camera 1. One is live, one is live. Zane and Kyle Vaz on the beach.
And we're going to take you back down to our guy in green, Zane Schweitzer. He's standing by with Kyle Vaz.
Hey, hello guys. I'm here with the World Tour standings leader, Kyle Vaz from Brazil. Kyle, we're here in sunny California. How you enjoying Huntington Beach?
It's amazing. We got some really good waves today. The last days were small, but the hurricane came and picked up the surfing. So yeah, we are excited. The waves are good, and I want to go in the water to surf.
Yeah, I can see you're all wet. Yeah, I saw you catching a few fun ones out there to the left of the competition site. I mean, we don't see this too much in California from what I hear from all my buddies. This is kind of almost on the big scale for Cali size. But great waves nonetheless, all kind of peaks down the beach. You super excited to stay here for the next month?
Yeah, I'm super excited. Last year I was here for 1 month and I didn't got any swell like this. And now I'm 10 days here, already got like 3 swells. So we are pretty lucky. And yeah, enjoying a lot.
Unreal. Everyone, make sure to stay tuned for all the action to come in the men's main event coming shortly after the women's finish up with round one. All right, aloha.
All right, thank you, Zane. And Kyle, we'll see you in heat number 1, I believe, of the main event for the men. So you're coming up in just a couple of heats. And you know, Dave, it's really cool to see Kyle and Jan back in competition again here. You know, they've been at it for a few years, and they're one of the silent warriors. They don't say much. They're quite shy, but they definitely do a lot of speaking with their surfing, with their actions, and great competitors, and just all around good guys. So glad to have them here representing Brazil on the Stand Up Paddle World Tour.
Yeah, the Voss brothers are rad, man. They're both super nice. They both rip, and like you said, they're pretty quiet, pretty humble. You know, all the Brazilian guys are kind of like that. You know, Leco's kind of a mystery man. You know, you don't see him hanging out quite a bit, but you know, absolutely rips, of course. And yeah, the Vaz brothers are awesome because you know they keep pumping up some good footage of those guys surfing. They're getting tubed and surfing all over the world. So definitely stoked to have them here on the World Tour.
We had a few exchanges, not to mention Jan Vaz, quite the talented artist of the Voss brothers. And we had a couple of exchanges. It was white on that last ride. Shelby Schweitzer got a wave. Sarah Hauser also got a wave. Not sure if that's going to be one of her top scoring rides. We'll have to wait and see. But a few scores to be filled in here. And a situation update to follow. 9 minutes and 20 seconds remaining here in heat number 5.
Coming into two. Live on two. Check your focus, camera 2, check your focus. There we go, right there. Nicole walking in, Nicole Pacelli. 2012, 13 world champ.
That's Nicole Pacelli, our 2013 world champ for the women's. Paddling out through the shore break. She'll be in heat number 6. That's coming up next. And she's made it through that initial part of the shore break.
Okay, and we're going to
And she'll be
live on 1.
headed out to the waiting area as we see white. That is Lori Park. Lori Park currently in 4th place. Her last score, 1.63. Sarah Hauser's last score, a 1.5. Shelby Schweitzer, her last score, a 2.77. Blue goes to 2nd. So red is in 1st with a 3.67 last score. Shelby Schweitzer in 2nd with a 2.77 last score. Sarah Hauser is in 3rd. She needs a 2.08 to go to 2nd. Lori Park is in 4th. Lori needs a 1.98. White, you need a 1.98 to go to 2nd.
Go to camera 3. Camera 3 is live. Camera 3 is live. 1 you can pull off. Losing scores. Yeah, shoot from here. I'm going to do a replay of what's the name shooting the pier. The one that paddles, the stand-up paddler. Live on 3. That's the first pier shoot we had, so. Yeah, there you go.
Here we go. Yellow, Sarah Hauser
3, live on 3, getting ready for 1.
having a look but pulling back because red, Alina Arisaka, is coming down the line. A bigger wave out the back.
Coming into camera 2.
Big set's coming through. You can see that wave was well over her head.
Let me know when you're ready, okay?
6 minutes. 6 minutes remaining.
Is this the same spot? Never mind. Okay, coming into one. One is Lyle. One is Lyle. You ready? Okay. Rocky? Rocky? Get ready to switch to that replay quickly and just tell people, we've had one pier shoot so far. Let's take a look at that again. You do it. Okay.
So here at Huntington Beach for the Stand-Up World Tour Huntington Beach Pro, day number 2, we've had our first pier shooting. We've had somebody shoot the pier from the previous heat. That was Sophia Bartlett. We're going to check out a replay of her going through the pylons at the pier here in Huntington Beach. And
I have lost my replay button.
of course, it's always a little bit dangerous navigating through those pylons
We're live on
and
one,
those
live
legs
on.
of the pier.
Oh, okay. I'm ready.
And we're going to check out the replay here. And Sophia
Okay, hang on.
approaching the pylons.
Live on one. Live on one.
Stand by. We're going to queue up that replay for you, I promise, in a short bit. Meanwhile, live action, battling for position is yellow and blue. Shelby Schweitzer, Sarah Hauser. Sarah Hauser in third needs a 2:08. Lori Park in fourth needs a 1.78. And here goes Sarah from South Africa. Gets upended by that fierce whitewater of Huntington Beach. Here we go. This is blue. Shelby Schweitzer. Roundhouse Cuddy and another little fading cutback, trying to make the most of this one. And it gets to that inside section where it fattens up a little bit and does not let her into the shore break, which could be a blessing in some cases, that she was not able to make it all the way into the shore break. She's currently in second place, holding on just out of the reach of Sarah Hauser. If Dave Figlioli is on the beach, Dave Figlioli, if you're here on the beach, please check in with Tristan at the main scaffolding. Dave Figlioli, if you're here, check in at the scaffolding. 2 minutes and 15 seconds. 2:15 on the clock here in heat number 5. Aline Arisaka in first. Shelby Schweitzer in second. Sarah Hauser is in third, needing a 2:08. And Lori Park is in fourth. She needs a 1:78. She does have a single wave higher score than does Sarah. A 183 compared to a 153. That's why the score in fourth is less, needed to go to second. And here goes White. Lori Park trying to climb out of fourth into second. Looking at a right-hander. No, she says she does not want that wave.
Okay, Gremlins Bade, Gremlins Bade. Let's put her through that replay.
Christian, can you tell Rocky to make an official announcement for the men's heats? We will go to 20-minute heats for the first round of the men.
So this just in from our production and admin team. We will be having the men's round 1 with a length of 20-minute heats. 20-minute heats for the men's round 1.
Okay, camera 1, I'm coming into you. I want you to give me a wide shot on the pier, camera 1. Just there, perfect. Coming into camera 1. Live on camera 1. Let's slow it
Stand by for the last score of Shelby Schweitzer. It'll be her best score.
down. Coming into 3, live on 3. 3 is live, 3 is live. She's up and down. Let's start with that replay. Replay's ready now. I know. Okay. You ready? Hang on.
All right, so back to that shooting of the pier. We had one so far. This is day number 2. We're going to look at a replay of Sophia Bartlow. Slow it down a little bit and watch her as she negotiates through there and makes it all the way through to the other side. So Huntington Beach style shooting the pier, Dave Bainey.
Yep, shooting the pier here definitely is a popular move. I remember Sonny Garcia and Tom Kern and all those guys back in the day.
Aki, yeah.
Yeah, and they'd actually ride the wave through and actually get a couple more turns
On
and
the
get
other side.
scored. Yeah.
So that was the end of heat number 5. And Aline Arisaka in first. Shelby Schweitzer. Last score was a 3.1. She holds on to second. Then it's Sarah Hauser and Lori Park in third and fourth. Starting heat number 6 in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So, Dave, we're now into our last heat of the women's round 1. And calling heat number 1 of the men's. Kyle Vaz, check in. Bo Nixon.
Camera 2, can you give me a different shot from the beach? A different shot, please?
Felipe Hernandez and Anthony Maltese, please check in.
Camera 3, I'm going to come into you right now.
Oh, you guys are pier rat. What's up?
Kyle Vaz, Bo Nixon,
Okay, live on 3. 3 is live.
Felipe Hernandez from Mexico, and Anthony Maltese, please check in.
Okay, we got it rolling now. It helps me more. It forces you to talk only about what I see.
That's true. It does help.
Okay, we're live on 3 and we're going to go into 1. Actually, camera 2, I'm coming to you. Live on 2, live on 2. You see Kyle Vaz in the river there, boys, talking.
As we see current stand-up paddle ratings leader Kyle Vaz warming up for his heat, getting ready, getting psyched, going for a little jog, get the blood pumping. Oh, a little skip to my Lou.
I'm going to go to
Kaio, can't wait to see him surf. Been looking really good the last week. Got the opportunity to see him surf quite a bit. So that's going to be a fun one to kick off the men's round 1 of the main event today.
So, Dave, as a local here, what do you see the waves are doing with the sandbar shifting and blah, blah, blah?
So, Dave, as a local from here in Southern California, you live just down the road in Dana Point. You spend some time here at Huntington Beach as well. What do you notice with the way the waves are breaking, sandbar shifting, etc.?
Yeah, well, all morning we've kind of had a pretty high tide, right? So there's been that warble on the waves, so it's been a little hard to navigate. You know, SUP boards are a little more higher volume than regular short boards, so they tend to chatter on the face. But now that we see the tide dropping out, we will see more waves ridden. We will see more connections through to the inside, and a little bit smoother conditions, believe it or not. And as that tide pulls out, we will see more opportunities of waves ridden, as we see Nicole Pacelli on her backside. She is a 2013 Stand-Up World Tour world champion. Good to see her out here in Huntington Beach.
Live on 1. Coming into 3.
Yeah, she has done very well on the Stand-Up World Tour.
3 is live.
Obviously, winning first place in the ratings. And here we go. Check this out on the outside. We've got
Live on 3, 1 is there.
Dominique Miller
Blue's going for it, I think.
on the inside. The goofy foot. Nice paddle trim. Bottom turn, down the line speed, and then kicks out.
Yeah, and with the change of conditions too, we'll see the competitors kind of spreading out a little more. You know, everyone's been kind of nestled up in that pier bowl right, but there's going to be more opportunity down the beach. On the south end, you'll see some guys getting the left, kind of the middle peak, left and right opportunity. So we're going to see a lot more waves ridden, a lot more waves to the inside, and it's going to be good.
Dominique throwing a shaka to Larry Haynes, who is down in the water out there shooting in the ocean. 21 minutes remaining, 21 minutes.
As soon as I see Alini and Zane in the frame, I will have them throw to you. Live on 1. Oh, go to 2, go to 2. Nice one, 2. Live on 2.
And some congratulations for Aline Arisaka. You see the knee brace on her left knee. And she did have a bit of an injury. We saw Justin Bing surfing with a knee brace on his right knee yesterday. Of course, we want to wish Kiahidea Boitz to get better soon. Suffered a broken leg recently. As well as Justin Holland, I believe, injured his shoulder. So a couple of riders that are not able to join us. Here is Dominique Miller. One little check turn and that'll do it.
Okay, camera 1, I'm going to be on you. Live on 1, live on 1. How's it, Izzy? Okay, 2, as soon as you're ready, we're going to throw to you.
Hey, Daniel Hughes, please do not surf into the competition area. Daniel Hughes, please stay out of the contest area, please. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to put you guys on camera. When I do this, I want you to throw his name, but until then, just pull. Okay.
And we're here in heat number 6, the last heat of the first round of our main event for the women's. Dave Bainey, I'm Rocky Cannon, and we're bringing you the play-by-play of this year's Stand-Up Paddle World Tour Huntington Beach Pro. Getting so excited for the wintertime. But we're here in Huntington Beach, and we've got some great surfing conditions, real glassy, a little bit of shifting sandbars, but great waves all around.
Yeah, the women's rounds have been great so far. The men's are kicking off next, and conditions are improving, so there's going to be some awesome surfing coming up, so definitely stay tuned. All the best guys are here.
And we're going to take you down to Zane Schweitzer, who is standing by with winner of that last heat, Aline Arisaka.
Aloha guys, how's it going? Here at the Aline Arisaka, winner of the last heat. Aline, waves are firing out there. You guys got super lucky in the beginning, making it out through the shore break with that little lull. Seems like that's been one of the biggest challenges, is just making it out to the lineup. How'd it go for you out there in that heat?
It's weird. I haven't surfed in so long, but it was good. I just kind of like I was kind of waiting for some waves, and because I didn't want to waste energy and feel a lot of pain, so I just tried to choose the best waves, and I knew I just needed 2 good scores, and yeah, I don't know, I'm happy.
Yeah, you definitely got the 2 good scores. You have a knee injury. That's what she was talking about, the pain if you didn't catch on Rocky's announcing there. Aline, how long have you had this knee injury for?
For 30 days.
Oh, man, well, you're looking great out there. I'm glad you're advanced through that next heat, and heal up. Looking forward to see you in the next few rounds.
Thank you. Yeah.
All right, thanks, Zane. And good job, Aline. And there is Nicole Pacelli out there in the water. We're going to check out a wave that she rode while we were interviewing Aline. And here it is. Nice bottom turn. Gets right up near the white water. And another big bottom turn again, slashing back to the power source. And a carving cutty. Nice paddle transfer there for Nicole Pacelli. And she works it left and then back right and kicks out in the shoreline. And for one of her better scores so far.
Fucking feedback is killing me.
So Nicole Pacelli in red in first. Dominique Miller in blue is in second. Fiona Wild yet to catch a wave in white. And Nikki Newland, we're going to get her first wave score filling in here pretty soon. 16 minutes. 16 minutes remaining. And there you see Nicole Pacelli in the lead. Dominique Miller in a solid second with that last score filling in of a 2:07. And a score coming in for Nikki Newland here pretty soon. And Fiona Wild yet to catch a wave in white.
Live on one. That's not a bad shot, too. Okay, let's go to two. Live on two. Live on camera two. Camera three, I'm coming into you next. Oh, one, that is so good. Dang it. Live on three. Dropping the graphic.
There was Wahine shooting
One is live.
the Wahine stand-up paddle surfing that's going on right now. Nicole Pacelli in the frame. She was in a recent magazine I was flipping through. It was an athlete magazine. I think it was I know what it was. It was the Red Bulletin. That, see the emblem on her paddle right there. She was a featured athlete in some of the pages of that magazine and read some cool things about Nicole. And she is joined out there by Fiona Wild in the white, now in frame as well. A couple of the pylons from the Huntington Beach Pier coming into the frame also.
Yeah, and both girls there very versed in other sports, as Nicole is also a really good shortboard surfer. And as well, I believe she kite surfs as well. And Fiona, she's an amazing racer, sup racer, and also lives up there in Oregon Hood River, the gorge, so she does a lot of the wind surfing and kiteboarding like that. So both girls very talented.
Yeah, multi-sport athletes. As a lot of our stand-up paddleboard surf and racers do cross over into other disciplines.
So live on one, gonna go to two.
13 minutes, 25 seconds, 13:25. Checking out the scene down the beach. A couple of beach umbrellas. I see a Starboard logo in the mix there, and everybody kind of just enjoying this warm Southern California sun as it continues to get warmer and shape up much like the day we had yesterday with beautiful bright sun, nice breaking waves, the world's best athletes competing right here at Huntington Beach.
Yeah, in that last frame, it was good to see Ian Cairns down here as he, last week smashed his head in the shore break here. Posted a pretty bloody photo of himself on his Instagram.
Ouch. Here we go. This is white Fiona Wild. And Fiona carving on her backhand. Now back to her forehand going right down the line. The shore break starting to shape up. And it goes for the attempt to hit that inside section, but cannot make it back down into the wave. So that'll be an incomplete turn there. We need red Kyle Vaz. We saw you on camera already. We know you're around. Kyle Vaz, check in, please, for heat number one, men's main event.
Okay, three, I'm gonna come to you.
Nicole Pacelli in the lead, 3.67 and a 107. Dominique Miller, she's in second with a 207 and a 137. Fiona Wild
Okay, you're gonna. It says 10-second delay.
still waiting for her score to fill in.
Live on three. Live on three.
Nikki Newland yet to catch a wave. Nikki Newland needs a 3.44.
Go to one. Live on one. One is live. One is live.
Here we go. Here's Dominique Miller. And Dominique on her forehand. Nice carving turns there.
Three. Look at.
And continues to carve on her backhand, and she kicks out.
Good job, three. Okay. Going to camera three. Live on three. Just gonna replay going three. Yep. Ska det så långt till drive för just starta till wave så ska den där Drew. Okay. We're live on three. Live on three. One look at yellow. One look at yellow. Oh, she's patting me the wrong way. Sorry. I think white's going.
Nicole goes over that wave. White
Getting ready for
doing
one.
good to hold on. Make the drop. This is Fiona Wild trying to battle her way into second place.
You gotta make in and out. Go sequence and surrender into out. Okay, going to camera one. Go to camera one. Camera one. I'm putting up scores on YouTube. Live on one. Live on one. Okay, let's get ready for replay of previous wave. Okay, replay of previous wave. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, and roll replay.
Checking out a replay of this last ride here from Dominique Miller. Nice backhand carve right there and into another. And we're back live. There she is paddling back out to the lineup.
Put the replay graphic out. Okay, that's how they know that it's done. Okay, camera two, I'm coming to you. Live on two. Two is live. Two is live.
Kaio Vaz, current ratings leader, coming up in the next heat in red. See him getting ready there.
Christian Patristen. Christian Patristen is Val Henry near you.
All the guys starting to get ready for this main event to kick off.
One is live. One is live.
As we see red taking off here in this heat. That is Nicole Pacelli, 2013 Stand-Up World Tour world champion. Navigates her way on that left. She sees there's not much to offer, and she also sees those pilings, decides to get out of that one.
Yeah, you see White on the inside also scrambling. Fiona Wild able to take the lead with a 3.67 on her last wave. So Fiona Wild in white in first, Nicole Pacelli in red in second.
Yellow in the back. Yellow in the back. Go to one.
Dominique Miller in blue in third. Blue needs a 2.68. Here goes yellow. Also avoiding the pier, that is Nikki Newland.
Three, stay with yellow. Three, stay with yellow. Live on three. Live on three.
7 minutes, 30 seconds remaining here in heat number 6.
No, staying with three. Staying with three.
As you see Nikki Newland, she did a good job. She caught quite a big wave. Nice left, headed right to the pier. She's doing the smart thing, paddling right through that thing. It's much faster. There's a riptide on the other side that kind of
Coming into one. Coming into one. Live on
offers a chance to get back out there. If you stay on the south side, you're just going to get walloped.
we can maybe get
So,
heading back out again.
way to keep her head on her shoulders, get through that pier, and stay safe.
Into three. Coming back into three. Live on three. Live on three.
As we still have about 7 minutes left remaining in this heat, final heat of the women's main
Coming into one.
round one heat number 6. And we see Dominique Miller catching another wave. Good size wave. Not really offering much, but she did have a nice critical drop in as she works it in here, hoping for a reform. And she kicks out of that one at the sand.
Okay, live on one. I'm going to go to 3 next.
Dominique currently holding down the second position.
Into camera 3.
First place is Nicole Pacelli.
3 is live.
And yellow, Nikki Newland, you are in third.
Okay. I'm still waiting for someone to come and help me get a battery to you. Which battery is the one you want?
With a couple scores dropping, it has changed. Fiona Wild and White, you are now in first place with a 3.67 and a 1.8.
Okay, I've got the battery.
Nicole and Red. Red, you are in second, holding down a 3.83 and a 1.63. You need a 1.64 to flip over into first. Dominique Miller in blue, you currently sit in third.
Like 2 or 3 minutes from now.
You need a 3.4 to get up into second place.
Roger that. Okay, camera 2, follow blue. I'm coming to you too.
Dominique in blue, currently third. You need a 3.4. With about 5 minutes remaining.
3, you're next.
And Nikki Newland in yellow, you are in fourth, needing a 3.93 to reach second place. Counting down 4 minutes and 50 seconds.
One of our Mexican competitors getting nice and loose on the sand there, stretching out. Mr. Hernandez,
And
good
live
morning.
On one, live on one.
Buenos
Live.
dias.
I'm going to put a score up on 1.
And here goes yellow having a look. That is Nikki Newland. Can she get it? Stroking and cannot. That wave just kind of fades away.
On 1, and there's a score on 1. Live on 1.
So there's Fiona Wild in the lead, 3.67 and a 1.8. Nicole Pacelli with
Live on 3. Live
a 3.83 and a 1.63. And there is Dominique Miller getting some assistance from Candace Appleby,
dropping the
running down the beach to head back out.
And here we go. Back to 1.
Nice to see that camaraderie and sportsmanship from fellow competitors. And here goes yellow turning around. Nikki Newland going to give it another shot. No ride there. Wave just fades away again.
Camera 2, can you give me a shot of the people up on the pier? If there's anybody leaning on the railing watching.
And here comes another wave. White this time having a look. She won't get it. That's Fiona Wild, your heat leader. 4 minutes, 30 seconds. Here in heat number 6.
Okay, 3, I like that shot. Live on 3. Live on 3. 3 is live. Good shot of people on the pier hanging out, watching.
And there's a nice view of the pier. Some photographers shooting some bird's eye view photos, aiming down at the water. And people checking out all the action here at the Stand Up World Tour, Huntington Beach Pro. Too much of a closeout for White. Beautiful snap there for Red, Nicole Pacelli. That was one of the turns of the heat. She's going to continue and add to the score with a little cutback there. And now she's heading back left. And looking for a floater section. And she hits it and airdrops back into it and holds on. So good wave there. That will most likely take her back to first place. Only needed a 1.64 to take the lead. She had that nice outside turn. Continued weaving her way through to the inside. Made the best of that middle section of the wave. And then capitalized on the end of the wave in the shore break with that backside big floater airdrop. Survive the explosion. And it completes that wave. And we'll get a good score for it. So Fiona Wild will drop down to second. Dominique Miller remains in third. 1 minute, 40 seconds in heat 6. And with about 1 minute, Nicole Pacelli looks like she's going to call it a heat. Finishing with her best scoring ride so far. It'll come in the 8-point range. So, Nicole, you'll be in first. Fiona Wild, you'll be in second. Dominique Miller will be in third. 45 seconds remaining. Nikki Newland remains in fourth. And we're checking out replay of Nicole's wave. Look at that. Nice first turn right there. And then the nice finishing turn. Those were the two highlights of that wave. And she'll get a big score. Just waiting for one judge to drop in a score for for Nicole Pacelli's fourth wave. And we're counting down here. Just a few seconds remaining. There it is. Last score for Nicole Pacelli, an 8.33. So the 8.33, I believe, is highest of the women's event so far. Nicole Pacelli in first, Fiona Wild in second, Dominique Miller in third, and Nikki Newland in fourth. Here we go, starting the men's round one, main event, heat one, in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Here we go, drawing first blood, Kyle Vaz, current ratings leader in red. Nice front side hack. Another one, Kyle, one of the most stylish surfers on tour. Switches the paddle, wraps around a little roundhouse, coming to the inside. This one's shaping pretty nice for him. Boom. Kyle, unable to hold on to that last maneuver, but ripping. And here we go, Anthony Maltese on his backhand. Anthony in yellow is from San Clemente. Fought his way through the trials to get in the main round, and here we are with Anthony's first ride. So Anthony and Kyle getting on the board as we see Felipe Hernandez, part of the Punta Sayulita crew, on his first ride. Couple snaps. Again, back into that inside section. Let's see what he does. Boom. Felipe, nice little closeout hit. So already, men's main event, round one, heat one, getting off to a quick start. Wait for scores to drop. Currently in this heat is red, Kyle Vaz. White, Bo Nixon from Australia, as we see the replay on the live feed here of Kyle.
Check-in heat number 2, Poinaiki Rioja, Alexis Daniel, Colin McPhillips, and Terii Tiahi Natua. Please check in. Poinaiki, Alexis, Colin, and Terii Tiahi, check in.
Yeah, we've got a great mix of international surfers in the water. Again, in red, Kyle Vaz from Brazil. White, Bo Nixon is from Australia. Felipe Hernandez, Punta Sayulita, Mexico. And local boy, Anthony Maltese, down the road from San Clemente. Still waiting for scores to drop as we see Kyle's first wave dropping in at a 7.17. Great first wave for Kyle. That was about one maneuver away from a very, very excellent score. Nonetheless, dropping that 7.17 to get his heat started. Still waiting on scores from blue, Felipe, and yellow, Anthony.
Oh, Kyle Vaz getting it off to a great start with a 717. Had he been able to complete that inside maneuver, Dave, with that bashing turn in the shore break, that would have been possibly a near perfect ride, if not a perfect 10, as we see Anthony Maltese going big on the left, foam climbing that crashing lip. Unfortunately, can't hold on. Those are one of the harder maneuvers to do when you're kind of a little bit behind the section like that. And here we go, Kyle Vaz now on his backhand. Big bottom turn, beautiful snap. He catches a rail.
Going back to one. Camera 1 is live. Camera 1
First score for Anthony Maltese, a 2.5. That keeps him in third place. Felipe Hernandez with a 417. Up and riding right now, solidly in second place. And a nice big turn there, but he can't hold on, so incomplete lip bash for Felipe Hernandez.
Let's put the phone away. Okay, wide up. Live on 1, going to 3. Live on 3. 3 is live. Bo Nix.
All right, as you see, Bo Nix is from Australia on his first wave. Nice big vertical lip bash, a little rebound. Going to make his way to the inside as he falls down, but Big Bo known for his power surfing. He's currently rated in the top 10 on the World Tour. Kind of a mainstay on tour. Real nice guy. And that's his first wave right there. Bo will wait for scores to drop.
Okay, roll replay. Felipe Hernandez replay.
And checking out a replay of the lip bash by Felipe Hernandez. He was not able to hold on to. Nonetheless, it probably made for a great still shot. Seeing the bottom of his board, throwing fins a little bit.
Yeah, we do have plenty of photographers on the beach. So definitely check the Facebook page, Stand Up World Tour, later tonight for some photos of the action.
Live on 2. 2 is live.
Yep, there's Jane Schweitzer, a little bit of a warm-up sesh. Thank you for joining us on watermanleague.com.
Coming into my announcers.
As heat number 2 should be getting checked in.
Okay, here we go.
Heat 2 featuring 2 Tahitians. I'm Rocky Cannon. This is Dave Bainey. And Dave, you got a heat coming up. I see your name there
I
in
do.
heat number 7.
Yeah, you know, it's fun to get in the mix, right? So, yep, it's going to be a fun one. Waves are looking good. I'm excited to get out there. So, yeah, man, stoked to be here and running the mic with you.
Yeah, it's a treat to be able to surf Huntington Beach with just a few people out. As you see our sponsors waving proudly on the Huntington Beach Pier, Waterman League and Turtle Bay Resort. Also got to say thank you to Oakley, Starboard, as well as Deuce Brand, Tommy Bahama, and Sobe. Mahalo for your support and sponsorship. Of course, Turtle Bay, the headquarters of the Waterman League out on the North Shore of Oahu. And if you want to win a trip to Turtle Bay, just go to turtlebaysup.com. turtlebaysup.com. It's free to enter. One thing I can guarantee, Dave, if you do not enter, you will not win.
I am definitely going to enter. I love Turtle Bay.
And here we go. This is Red. Kyle Vaz, your current tour rankings leader. Slashing off the top, throwing tail beautifully, keeping that rail out of the water, and staying on his feet. Staying very busy also.
Check your focus.
And now going back left.
Going to 3.
He is going to tag it, but on the outside, we're going to skip to Felipe Hernandez. Big swooping roundhouse. Nice paddle transfer. And a little drop the wallet action. Tail sliding to the inside.
Camera 1, yellow in the back. Coming into
Going to get a steep section and goes up late. Meanwhile, in yellow. Floating, that's Anthony Maltese again, going big, but not able to keep the board under his feet.
live on 1.
Anthony definitely known for going big. He kind of has that style, right? And so far this morning, you know, it's hard to navigate that right coming into that left. A lot of guys having trouble with that. We'll see if Anthony can get back out there, as I'm sure he will.
First score for White, Bo Nixon, was a 3.4. First of White, a 3.4.
We have Zane Schweitzer and Nicole Pacelli on the beach when you guys are ready. Okay, get ready to. They're going to throw to you.
And we're going to take you down to the beach live with the winner of the last heat, Nicole Pacelli.
And live on two.
Hello guys, how's it going? Here with Nicole Pacelli from Brazil. Nicole, you surfed great in that last heat. As always, you're one of the top women on the world tour. How'd it feel out there for your first heat of the day?
It was good. The set's taking a long time to come, so I was a little bit nervous. But I'm happy. I caught a good wave, so it gives me confidence to keep going.
All right, that's awesome. And are you excited to get back out there? The waves are pretty good. Looks like it's only getting better.
Yeah, the waves are good. Yeah, I want to go again. I'm happy. Thank you, Zane.
All right, Nicole, I won't keep you for too long. Good work out there, and good luck in the next few heats.
Thanks.
All right, thank you, Zane. Good job, Nicole. And we'll see Nicole in round number 3 coming up a little bit later as we see Bo Nixon from Australia trying to pump his way into this wave. He does. Now once he gets into it, what's he going to do? Nice roundo on the rail and says, no, thank you,
Go for Christian.
as that wave fades away.
Coming into 3.
Yep, Bo could see that wasn't offering up much scoring potential. Bo, definitely a seasoned competitor, been on the world tour here for a number of years. Also a very avid competitive longboarder over in Australia. So Bo kind of tends to be a little more selective in his heat surfing, and really known for his power and larger stuff. Always a standout in my mind over in Sunset Beach. And yeah, we'll expect Bo to pick a good wave here soon.
Kyle Vaz getting a score. His third wave was a 7.83, so Red is in the lead. Red's got a pretty commanding lead, followed by Felipe Hernandez in second. Blue's got a 4.17 and a 4.73. There he goes up and down. Bo Nixon, you're in third. Bo, you need a 5.5 to go to second. White needs a 5.5. And Yellow, you're in fourth. Yellow, you need a 6.4. Yellow needs a 6.4 to go to second. Bo Nixon needs a 5.5 to go to second. Time remaining 10 minutes, so we're halfway through this 20-minute heat. Heat number 2 should be checked in. Poinaiki, Alexis, Colin, and Tiahi should be checked in for heat number 2. There you see Kyle's 2 big scores right there, 7.83, 7.17, and he's not done yet. Big backside carving turn on a beautiful glassy wave here at Huntington Beach. Another nice little roundo cutback. And it works it to the inside where he'll S-turn across the flat section, looking for the inside reform. And a nice top turn there, throwing some spray. And a big bashing lip floater right there from Kyle Vaz. So complete wave outside to inside. Kyle in form here in heat number 1 right off the bat. 9 minutes. He checks his watch, sees that he can get out there for a few more.
Live on one.
He's just got to battle that shore break right next to the pier. See an oil rig in the background, a lifeguard tower up there. There's Larry Haynes, cinematographer extraordinaire in the water. And now he's coming in for a snacky poo.
One is next with a graphic on 1.
Of course, you know the alter ego of Larry Haynes, Harry Lanes.
Larry swimming all morning so far. He's got to be tired. Someone get that guy goo.
Okay, and hang on. And roll replay.
Here's a replay of the previous wave of Kyle Vaz, that last turn on the inside, throwing it up there. You see the bottom of the board. You saw some fins as well. That was a great finishing move, and that scores him a 7.23, so that improves his position. He has now a 7.83 and a 7.23 with the lead here in heat number 1 over Felipe Hernandez in second in blue. Bo Nixon in white still in third. Bo needs a 5.5. And yellow, Anthony Maltese in fourth, needs a 6.4. 7 minutes and 35 seconds here in heat number 1. Stand-Up Paddle World Tour, Huntington Beach Pro. I always want to say Sunset Beach. I'm so excited for that. But we got to get it done here in Huntington, and we do have great surf in the overhead range, which kind of is reminiscent of some early North Shore action. So Huntington Beach providing some great waves here to start this day number 2 of the Stand-Up World Tour Huntington Beach Pro, the main event here for the men's. We had the trials yesterday, a lot of good surfing going on. We had Thomas King winning the trials, followed by Justin Bing and Nitsan Ben Haim, as well as Tiahi Natua, all making the finals yesterday. 8 qualifiers from the trials yesterday into today. Actually, Anthony Maltese, one of those qualifiers in the yellow. He was sneaking in as the 7th seed out of the 8 seeds that qualified from the trials. And blue having a look. Blue with a nice carving cutback. That's Felipe Hernandez. And a nice open face slash right there, throwing a lot of spray. A big bottom turn, and blue, wow, blows it over that section. So blue blowing up on the inside. Thought he was going to wipe out there, but holds on. Great stuff from Felipe Hernandez.
Yeah, Felipe managing to hold on in that shore break. Throwing it up there and disappearing pretty much, and then muscling through that section. That's going to be another solid score for Felipe, currently sitting in second place.
Yeah, he's going to make it a little bit harder on Bo as well as Anthony to catch him after a wave like that. Those guys will have to keep busy, have good wave selection, and once you select that good wave, it's all about performing on that good wave as we approach the 5-minute mark. 5 minutes remaining. Last score for Felipe Hernandez. Last of blue, a 6.0. Blue, you're in second. White, Bo Nixon, you're in third. You need a 7.33. White, you need a 7.33. And yellow, you need an 8.23. Yellow needs an 8.23. So they're still in it for a single wave score to catch Felipe Hernandez, albeit they are quite big scores, Dave.
Yes, as we see Bo giving it a go right here in white. Gets a nice little frontside rebound. Going to try to make his way back out there. That way fattening it up for him. But you are right. With Kayo pretty much setting the tone, all his waves have been in the 7 zone.
Yep.
Surfing just loose, fast, confident. You can tell Kayo's in form, feeling good. Felipe doing a good job as well, getting solid mid-scores to keep him in that second place zone. And white and yellow looking for a big one to kind of turn this heat with 3 minutes and 45 seconds left. This is a non-elimination round. There is a repechage.
Yep.
So, a lot of these guys are getting warm. They'll have a second chance. But there is incentive to win your heat to skip that round all the way into round 3. So guys do want to surf their best and try to win each heat.
Yeah, as long as you get top 2. Top 2 will be leapfrogging into round 3, which will be a welcome to some of our surfers, and those who've traveled a long way sometimes need at least one heat to kind of get the bugs out, maybe get used to your equipment that you're getting familiar with. But most surfers would like to skip around, but just thankful to have a second chance, I think, are a lot of our athletes as well.
Yeah, if you get top 1 and 2, you do skip around, and I think you get the rest of the day off. So we've seen some of the competitors, on their Instagram. I've seen Fernando Stalla last night went to his first Angels baseball game. So
yeah,
there's some off-site activities to get into, and it'd be nice to skip that second round and take the rest of the day off.
Yeah, there's all kinds of fun stuff. We got the Angels baseball team from LA. We got the Dodgers. We got several football teams around the area as well.
And the happiest place on earth, Disneyland, just right around the corner.
Oh, yeah, Disneyland. Got some Legoland action, too. So this is California, man, the land of fun. There's a lot of fun things to do, including surfing and stand-up paddleboarding, which you're witnessing right now, stand-up paddle surfing here at Huntington Beach, one of the funnest places to be. See a big volleyball setup getting going for possibly the weekend. We saw that being built earlier yesterday and today. But meanwhile, we're checking out the shots of the pier and of the lineup. There's Felipe Hernandez creeping in on the right side of your frame. Bo Nixon heading towards the left of your frame in white. And we're counting down this heat. 1 minute, 20 seconds remaining, 1:20 remaining. One minute remaining. And paddling for this wave is White. Currently in third place, Bo Nixon. Not going to get it.
Looks like Felipe will turn around and give it a go, knowing there's only 20 seconds left or so. Trying to get one final score. Looks like he had his paddle caught in his leash there a little bit.
They worked hard for that one. Counting down 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That is the end of heat number 1 of the main event for the men's. Standing by to start heat number 2. Last score for Felipe of 6.0, so he's solidly in second. Results: Kyle Vaz in first, Felipe Hernandez in second, Bo Nixon in third, and Anthony Maltese in fourth. Counting down to start the next heat in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So here we are in heat number 2. Heat number 3, please check in. Daniel Hughes, Noah Janela, Matt Becker, and Nitzan Ben Haim. Please check in. Daniel, Noah, Matt, and Nitzan, please check in for heat number 3. Here we have heat number 2 in the water. Poinaki Rioja in red from Tahiti. Alexis Daniel from France in white. Colin McPhillips in the blue from the United States. And Tiri'i Tiahi Natua in the yellow from Tahiti as well. So we have 3 French speakers, Poinaki, Alexis, and Tiri'i, against 1 American, Colin McPhillips in the blue. And there he is, landing a beautiful backside floater. That's Colin McPhillips on the inside section.
Yep, obviously Colin McPhillips, we're all familiar with him. Kyle Vaz, winner of the heat number 1, current stand-up paddle world tour ratings leader. Pretty much setting the tone, getting all 7s on every wave he caught. So
this is yellow, Tiri'i Tiahi Natua. Couple of nice backside turns on the outside, comes in on his forehand and just slips off. You see his back foot sliding off the tail, and here's White. Alexis Daniel. And Alexis with a nice roundhouse cutty. And a layback snap to the inside section, and it's going to bail off.
Yep, nice smooth surfing from Alexis. He's got that kind of lower stance and a little bit of power and uses his rail quite nice. As we see out the back here in red, that's Poinike. Poinike, one of the more electric guys on tour as well, known for some airs. Obviously from Tahiti, not scared of big waves, and stoked to have him here. Excited to see him catch some waves.
Yeah, he went vertical right at that lip. Just attacking it, 12 o'clock. Unfortunately, couldn't come down. He almost made it. So look for exciting things from Poinike Rioja, the young man from Tahiti. Scores coming in for Blue, Colin McPhillips. Blue, your first score of 5.5. And that's the only score we have at this point. The first of Blue was a 5.5.
Yep, Colin starting off with a nice solid score. That's pretty much what you're going to see from Colin. Someone who's competed a lot. He's got world titles under his belt in longboarding. Pretty much a veteran, one of the older guys that do these tour events. And he doesn't make a lot of mistakes. You'll see Colin catch, he's smart with his wave selection and always solid. Pretty much the best rail game on tour.
And Blue having to bail off. That is Colin McPhillips. Non-competitors, you guys need to move out of the lineup. Non-competitors, move outside of the buoys. Non-contestants, move outside of the buoys.
Non-competitors, as you start drifting down into the contest zone, please just take it to the beach and make the walk up. Save yourself the breath. Let's keep this area wide open for these competitors as there's lots of waves being ridden.
First score for White, Alexis Daniel, a 4.33. White, you're in second. Here's Poinike Rioja in red. And just slices one right under the breaking lip. He's going to wait for the reform, possibly. He knows this wave will offer more on the inside. And he's going to continue to work it. Couple of foam climbs, little tail drift right there. And that'll be all. So first score for Tahiti in yellow was a 2.67. Poinike's first wave was a 1.27. Stand by for Poinike's second score.
Yeah, Rocky, as we see one of the biggest sets of the day, if not the biggest sets, pouring through. The tide is dropping, so there will be more action in the water. Look at the waves just crashing through the pier right there.
Bomb sets.
If the wave break there, don't be there, Rocky.
Or you're going to get drilled.
Great shot of the lineup there. As you see Poinike making his way back out, you can see the adventure he has in front of him. Stacking closeouts, lots of whitewater, and a drifting current.
Hey, we had a lost GoPro, and it was found. We found the GoPro right on. Looks like it made it back to its rightful owner. It's always good news to lose something and find it again. Last score for Poinaiki Rioja, a 3.93. Red, you're now in second. Blue, you're in first. Red, you're in second. White, you're in third. White, you need a 104. White needs a 104. And yellow, you need a 271. Yellow needs a 271. And after that big set, heat number 2 is getting rolled. We're going to take you down live on the beach. Standing by with the winner of the last heat is Zane Schweitzer with Kyle Vaz. Stand by. We're going to work through those small kind technical difficulties, or STDs, small kind technical difficulties. We're working them out right now. And we'll get back to Zane Schweitzer and Kyle Vaz, the winner of the last heat. He ripped it up with a 7.83 and a 7.23 for his two-wave total of over 15 points. So good job, Kyle, making a statement early on as the World Tour Rankings leader. And
Rocky, I know we talked about it before. You know, 3 of these competitors have been paddling for the last set. Endurance is going to come into play today.
yes. Stamina, endurance, all of those things that help you perform at the highest level, even when you are somewhat spent already and lacking energy. You somehow have to reach and dig down deep within to keep yourself going at that high level, and that's what these competitors will be doing throughout the event here.
Yeah, and I mean, just, you know, Colin got that 155 quite a while ago. He's still trying to make it back out. Obviously a seasoned pro, so it's not easy for anybody today. Poinaiki manages to scratch out the back. He's left alone out there. Looks like they got a little break, so everyone should make it back to the lineup, and we'll see some more action.
1-1. Okay.
Yep, the wave's still pretty glassy. Conditions nice and smooth here for the morning at Huntington Beach for the Stand Up World Tour Huntington Beach Pro, brought to you by the Waterman League and Turtle Bay Resort on the North Shore. A lot of great things happening at Turtle Bay Resort on the North Shore, including the brand new guidepost, our addition and enhancement to our concierge. We have the guidepost there to guide you on your adventures and activities on site at Turtle Bay, as well as off site around the North Shore and all of Oahu. We got Amy, Spencer, and Koa, and Alicia heading up the team, doing a great job engaging guests and making dreams come true on the North Shore at Turtle Bay Resort. Of course, Surf for the Bar, the brand new venue, just 3 years old nearly, will be host to many events this year, including the Surfer Pole coming up later in December. And we are ready to take you to the beach with the winner of the first heat. Kyle Vaz is standing by with Zane Schweitzer. Stand by. We're going to get our things worked out. But non-competitor, please do not surf in the competition area. Fellow with the green board, please do not surf in the contest area.
We got White stroking into this one. Alexis Daniel. He's from France. Nice little rebound. Front side turn. Going to make his way through here. Switches the paddle. Get that roundhouse. Nice little cross bow to get back onto that right. Inside forming up quite well for him. And boom, throws it up there. unable to hold on. But a nice, solid ride for Alexis right there. Check, check.
I'll take 2 tacos, please. All right, and Yellow out there digging around, looking for some wave action. That is Tiri'i, Tiahi, Natua, and Tiri'i qualifying through the trials, joining his fellow Tahitian, Poenaiki Rioja, who is paddling right here. And here goes Poenaiki on a right-hander. Watch this. Keep your eyes peeled to the ocean. Vertical foam climb done easily by the young Tahitian. And a nice little roundo, kind of top turn. And fades it, looking for the inside section. Big bottom turn, attacks the lip, just comes unglued. But he cannot hold on to his last maneuver. But nonetheless, he's going to replace a 1.27. Alexis Daniel was able to go from third to first with a 4.53 last score. So white, you're in first. Blue, you're in second. Standing by for the last score of red.
No, I'm not getting anything in the camera.
Red
2-1-2.
needs to replace a 1.27. He needs a 1.41 to get to second. Coleman Phillips with a one-wave score of a 5.5 in blue. So Poenaiki can catch Colin, but Colin needs to get another wave to solidify a second or first place position and hold off Poenaiki. But for right now, Poenaiki going to log in that last score, most likely move to first place. He goes from third to first as well. Poenaiki in red, you are now in first. Your last score of 5.1. Red in first, white in second. Blue, you're in third. Blue needs a 3.36. Blue needs a 3.36. And yellow needs a 6.19. Tiri'i, Natua, you are in fourth. You need a 6.19. Blue, you're in third. You need a 3.36. White in second. And red is in the lead with 5 minutes and 45 seconds remaining.
The swell continuing to fill in, Rocky. This heat's actually had a ton of waves, but that's also a bad thing. A lot of the competitors have been stuck inside paddling quite a bit.
Yep.
And a lot of these guys searching for a second score.
Yeah, there's Poenaiki and Alexis Daniel, your number 1 and number 2 in this heat so far. And now we have 5 minutes remaining. 5 minutes. And our surfers stroking out to the lineup, trying to get a couple of more waves before the end of the heat. Heat number 3 on standby. Scanning over to our next heat in the water. Heat number 3 featuring Daniel Hughes, Noah Janela, Matt Becker, and Nitsan Ben Haim. Back to Turtle Bay, Dave, and talking about the new things that they're offering. New venues like Surfer the Bar in the lobby, host to some great music nights, some great talk story nights, interviewing going on with people from the surf industry. Surfer the Bar is one of the greatest additions in the last couple of years to Turtle Bay. And also the new dining options, Pa'akai, the farm-to-table fine dining that's in the hotel, as well as your more casual farm-to-table, Kula Grill. And that's a great dining option at Turtle Bay. Of course, the goal is to get most of our food coming in farm to table from local farmers around the area, which is a great goal to achieve. And more recently, Turtle Bay was in the newspaper for going green, planting a nice green roof on the lower levels, and then on the top roof, outfitting it with over 1,500 solar panels. So we're able to get quite a bit of energy from the sun to power the great resort of Turtle Bay as we see blue up and riding. This is Colin McPhillips. He's currently in third. You know him from longboard competition through the 90s and 2000s. Now getting into stand-up paddleboard surfing as well. Just a couple of cutbacks and that wave fades on the inside.
Up and riding again in white, Alexis Daniel from France. He's got a nice smooth style. He's been getting some pretty good solid waves in this heat. That one offering a couple turns before he has to bail out the back.
I'd like to thank our other sponsors, Oakley, who's got a brand new store right in the lobby of Turtle Bay. And another thing to check out at Turtle Bay is the North Shore Watershed, a great retail experience right there in the lobby. Authentic gear available there when you make it to Turtle Bay on the North Shore. I'd like to thank Starboard for their innovation quality and sponsorship of these events, as well as Tommy Bahama, Sobe, and Deuce Brand. Mahalo to all of our great supporters. Looking down the beach at our spectating gallery, looking on here at Huntington Beach, you see those Starboard flags waving to the left-hand side of your screen, and folks walking up and down the beach. Umbrellas posted up, checking out the action here at day number 2 of the Stand Up World Tour Huntington Beach Pro. The main event, round 1, has begun today. We had the women's from about 7:30 to 9:30, and now we're into the men competition. And we'll be kind of shifting back and forth with repecharge rounds and so on to give you all the live action on watermanleague.com and the live action here on the beach. Nice shot of our judging area. Turtle Bay flags flying high. And here we go. This is red. Poinaiki Rioja throwing it up and throwing some tail. Roundhouse cutback, paddle transfer, bouncing, pumping, trying to make this inside section. He's light on his feet, getting a lot of speed back to the bottom. Slashing off the top, throwing some spray, and finishing strong in the whitewater. Poinaiki Rioja. Currently in second place, Alexis Daniel able to get back in the first with a 4.7. His best score so far. And that is the end of heat number 2. Stand by for the last score of Poinaiki Rioja. Stand by. Only needed a 4.13 to go to first place. But it looks like Poinaiki and Alexis Daniel, the top 2 in this heat. Colin McPhillips in third. And Terii Tiahi Natua in fourth. Stand by for that last score of Poinaiki.
Up next in heat number 3, we have in red Cody Kerbox from Maui. Lucas Medeiros in white is from Brazil.
Here we go, counting down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So that last score of Poinaiki Rioja was a 5.6. That's enough to get him in the first. So red, first place, Poinaiki Rioja. Second place, Alexis Daniel. Third place, Colin McPhillips. Fourth place, Tidi'i Natua.
As we see rider in blue, Kavika Kinimaka from Maui, getting the first wave in this set. Couple turns out the back and going for the inside. Still managing to stand up after that wave. Kavika, big, tall, strong surfer. Got to see him surf at the Ultimate Sup Showdown a couple weeks ago. Nice guy. So currently in this heat in red from Huntington Beach, Daniel Hughes. In white, Noah Janela from the North Shore of Hawaii. Kavika Kinimaka is in blue. And Nitzan Benheim rounds this heat out in yellow. Obviously, everybody from Huntington Beach knows Daniel Hughes. He's one of the only stand-up paddlers that consistently surf out here at the pier, along with buddy Rocky McKinnon. Daniel's been spending some time a little bit down the beach at the Wedge. I'm sure most of you guys seen his antics on YouTube. Noah Janela, straight from Fiji. He was out there with good buddy Kai Lenny, doing some surfing, some fishing, diving, pretty much living the dream. Good to see Noah here. As we see in red, Daniel Hughes getting his first wave. Drops in right, gets a turn. Fades back left. You got to know he's looking for that left. Daniel known for kind of going for it in the shore break. Doing a good job staying busy through the midsection. Here's the section he's waiting for. Throws a little air. Daniel managing to hang on right there. Good way to start off the heat for red, Daniel Hughes.
Yeah, Daniel, Huntington Beach local, knows the wave very well, knows this spot, and looks like he's going to elect to get out of the water and run back up the beach. There's Cody Kerbox, heat number 4. Please check in. Cody Kerbox, Lucas Medeiros, Benzino, Otero, and Thomas King. Check in for heat number 4.
Couple of the boys from Hawaii on the screen right there. Kavika and Noah having a little chat, surveying the lineup. Spreading da aloha amongst each other.
There's some aloha. Larry Haynes, aloha. Thumbs up. He's headed back out. Matt Becker, I'm sorry, that's Kavika Kinimaka with the 2.67 score that's on top now, waiting for the last score of red, Daniel Hughes. And there's Daniel's score, a 4.83, so Daniel went to first. Red is in first. Yellow is in second. And here is blue, Kavika Kinimaka. Trying to find that inside section, and the Huntington hop is in full effect. It's a nice camera over the shoulder on the inside near the shoreline. Getting some shots of the action. Turtle Bay Waterman League banners flying high over the surf break here at Huntington Beach, hanging off the pier right there. Come and check out our brand new and improved rebranding facelift of Turtle Bay Resort. I think you're going to like what you find there.
You can see too, Rock, in the corner of the screen on the right, Daniel Hughes, after that wave, opting to get out, run to the north side of the pier and paddle out there. One of the only guys who have utilized that strategy yet, and you got to look at that. He surfs here all the time, so maybe give us some clues to the other competitors on how to get back to lineup quicker.
Yeah, it seems paddling anywhere close to the pier a lot of times is going to be just maybe a little bit easier paddling out for some reason. Maybe the pier absorbs a lot of the wave energy, so you don't have to. But here is Blue, Kavika Kinimaka, currently in the lead with a couple of scores above 2 points. We'll see if he can score better on this one. A couple of casual roundos and some down-the-line speed now. And gets up and over, floats it, but can't hold on. You see the bottom of his foot popping up there. And he falls victim to that shore break explosion here at Huntington Beach. 12 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. 12:45 remaining.
As you see on the screen, Cody Kerbox in red getting warmed up for his heat coming up next. And outside in red, Daniel Hughes snapping back on that left. Cutting back into the foam, reforming, waiting for that reform next to the pier as he passes Kavika in the lineup. Daniel going to opt to shoot the pier. See if he can connect. Looks like he does. Gets one more turn, and he's going to get flushed right back out there. That's where the riptide is. And going for that pier shoot. Good on him. That's the second one of the day. As we see Cody Kerbox once again, one of our favorite competitors down here on the Stand Up World Tour and the Stand Up World Series, both a threat in the surf as well as the race. Cody getting ready to square off against Lucas and Thomas King, winner of the trials in the next heat. With about 11 minutes remaining, scores coming in. First place is yellow, Nitsan. Nitsan, you're in first place with a heat total of 5.7. Second place in blue, Kavika. Third place, Daniel Hughes in red. Still waiting for a second score, though. Noah Janela in white. Yet to strike. Scores dropping in, as you can see on the screen, with Daniel Hughes' second wave. Daniel Hughes in red, you are in first place. Last scoring wave was a 3.9. Second place in yellow, Nitsan. You are currently in second place. Third place is blue, Kavika Kinimaka. Kavika, you need a 2.7 to move into second position. White, Noah Janela, searching for a 5.7 and your first scoring wave to turn this heat. Currently 9 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. We're going to throw down live on the beach with Zane Schweitzer and Cody Kerbox.
Aloha guys, how's it going? Maui boys in the house, Huntington Beach, here at Cody Kerbox. Coming up next, how you feeling?
Oh, feeling pretty good. Waves are firing. Biggest Huntington I've ever surfed, I think. So super stoked to be here, and yeah, just can't wait to get a few waves.
Yeah, Cody, right on. Well, good luck. We'll be watching.
Right on,
Go
man.
kill it out there. Show 'em what you got. Oh yeah.
Thank you, Zane. Stick around, watch Cody Kerbox in the next heat. Looks like he's ready to go. I know he's been doing some work with Ian Cairns, coach of the U.S. SUP team. Ian coaches a lot of professional surfers. He's done some work with Sean Pointer as well, Colin McPhillips, and the whole ISA SUP team. Shea Foudy and Slater Trout all on that team, getting some first-hand coaching from Ian Cairns, someone who's very respected in that regard. Next round. Just the repertoire looks like two people. Conditions still staying quite glassy. Definitely blessed with some surf and conditions this year for the Stand Up World Tour HB Pro. See a couple waves forming out, and up and riding is red, Daniel Hughes. Racing down that left, boom. Nice second turn there, blasting through the lip. Fades back to get to the power part of the wave. Doing a good job navigating and waiting for that inside section. Daniel picking up speed. As we get to Kavika Kinimaka dropping in and getting a nice little rebound there. So riders definitely picking it up, getting some more waves under the belt. As Kavika, he's been doing a good job making this inside section. Let's see if he can hang on to this. That inside section, as we know, is just hard to negotiate with the backwash.
Looks like Daniel Hughes might have went through the pier on that last one. Saw him paddling back out on the other side. There's our next heat, heat number 4, getting ready to enter the water. Just kind of trying to time it and decide when and where is the best choice. On the outside, there's White paddling over this wave. That's Noah Janela. Noah Janela without a wave yet. Time remaining. 6 minutes and 10 seconds. Five minutes, 35 seconds. Noah taking off under the hook. That was a replay of Noah Janela. His first ride, so that score still coming through. Yellow Nitsan Ben Haim was real quick on that one. So far, Daniel Hughes in the lead. Last score was a 6.5. So Daniel Hughes in first. Here he is up and riding. And a nice carving cutty on his backhand, keeping the board moving. Trying to stay busy. And bashing at lip on his backhand on the inside. Here we go, blue. Oh, just catching a rail and going down. That's Kavika Kinimaka. Here we go, white Noah Janela. Nice carving turn on his forehand. Getting a late start here, 3 minutes and 35 seconds. Good roundo. Right in front of the pier pylons for Noah Janela, that fella from Cavella on the North Shore. 3 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Here in heat number 3.
Just remember, in front of your chest. Keep the mic in front of your chest.
As we watch our competitors make their way back out to the lineup, we're going to take you live on the beach with Zane Schweitzer. With he's got Sean Pointer and Dylan Frick down there. Zane, take it away, buddy.
All right, hello guys, how's it going? We're here at the Dream Team, Starboard A Team, Sean Pointer and Dylan Frick. So what, guys? Been having fun. We've all been staying together last few days, training and surfing together for the Huntington Beach Pro. Sean, you're like up there on the top of the ratings. How you feeling coming into this event? I know you take this real serious. You got a game plan in your head. I know it. What's going on?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Just to get out and get in the waves. It's looking really fun right now. Real pretty, sunny, and waves are clean, and we have those oddball macking sets coming through. So I'm just looking to get wet and get in the jersey and get some waves and just continue to have some fun out there. So, yeah.
Right on, unreal. And Dylan, coming all the way out from South Africa after a killer little journey from you in Europe. That was fun. So how are you liking California?
It's really cool, yeah. A good surfing vibe. And yeah, I wouldn't mind living here.
Yeah, Dylan. Right on. Well, what do you think about the waves today? Waves are pretty much, as good as it gets here at Huntington. The sandbar's missing a bit, but you having fun?
Yeah, it's looking way better than the past few days, and I'm pretty amped to get out there.
Yeah, buddy. Right on, guys. Starboard Dream Team tuning out. Stay in touch with all the action.
All right, thanks, Zane, and good luck, boys. Dylan Frick from South Africa and Sean Pointer from the East Coast, competing here at the Stand Up World Tour Huntington Beach Pro. Last score for Noah Janela was a 5.0. First score was a 3.53. Noah is in second. So it's Daniel Hughes and Noah Janela in first and second. Kavika Kinimaka in third, needs a 5.53. Nitsan Ben Haim in fourth, needs a 5.63. So Kavika needs a 5.53. And Nitsan needs a 5.63. Time remaining. Under 1 minute remaining. Under a minute. So the last score of blue comes in at a 3.1. Not enough to get him into second. Noah Janela being very efficient, only catching 2 waves. And those are his 2 scores, a 5 and a 3.53. Good enough for second place at the moment. Counting down about 10 seconds. Here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That is the end of heat number 3. Daniel Hughes in first, Noah Janela in second, Kavika Kinimaka in third, Nitsan Ben Haim in fourth. Heat number 4, counting down, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got Cody Kerbox in red, Lucas Medeiros in white, Benzino Otero in blue, Thomas King in yellow. Check in heat number 5. Jan Vaz, Van Rodigger, Dylan Frick, and Nainoa David. Please check in. Nainoa David, please check in. Jan Vaz, Van Rodigger, Dylan Frick, Nainoa David, please check in. Here's red. That is Cody Kerbox. And a couple of nice backhand slashes for Cody. Throwing some spray out the back. Good form. He's been one of the guys that I think has improved exponentially in just the last few years. Really honing his skills and doing quite well in the past few years. So Cody finishing strong on the inside. Good opening ride for Cody, thinking outside the Kerbox. All right, so we had a simultaneous ride. We had red, Cody Kerbox, which you saw, and we had blue also up and riding. That was Benzino Otero. So we'll show you blue's wave here shortly. There's Daniel Hughes, heat winner of number 3. A local boy surfs out here as much as he can here at Huntington Beach. Showed a little bit of local knowledge, giving away some local secrets, bro. Paddling out by the pier side. First score for Cody Kerbox at 8-1-7. And there's blue quickly up and riding. So Cody Kerbox getting off to a great start. 8-1-7 to begin heat number 4. Thomas King with a 5.0. Here's Lucas Medeiros. He's got a 3-1-7 so far. And he's going to work on more here. On his backhand, carving nicely. Another nice top turn there is going to do the Huntington hop to the inside and get another opportunity. And that wave just dumps over and closes out. And now we have a starboard banner gracing the Huntington Beach Pier. So Waterman League, Turtle Bay, and Starboard are 3 big sponsors here of the Stand Up World Tour. Huntington Beach Pro, in addition to our Stand Up World Series, also coming up later this weekend. The racing part of the Stand Up World Tour. We have the World Series coming up this weekend. And we have Zane Schweitzer, who is our man on the beach. And who you got down there, Zane?
How's it, guys? Here with Poenaiki Raihoa and Alexis Daniel from France and Tahiti. Ayorana, ça va bien? Nah, I'm terrible. Terrible at that. Anyway, the waves are firing out there. We got beautiful weather, beautiful waves. Poenaiki, you're out there surfing really hard, really smooth. You could answer in French if you want, but how was it out there?
Ah, c'était bien. Il y a des belles vagues, il fait beau et voilà.
Yeah, Poenaiki, all right. And Alexis, same thing for you. You can answer in French if you want, but how was it out there? You guys advanced through, huh? You guys are surfing good. How was it?
I'm really happy to surf with Poenaiki, and it's a really good wave today. Sun and everything is good. I just say hello to my friend in France.
All right, oui, merci beaucoup, you guys. We'll be looking for you out in the water for the heats to come. Good luck.
Thanks.
All right, thank you, Zane, and congratulations to Poenaiki and Alexis advancing out of that heat in top 2. So they'll skip around to round 3. They'll be having the rest of the day off. And we saw some exchanges, meanwhile, happening during that interview. Lucas Medeiros able to creep up into second place. But Thomas Knight also had a wave. Thomas King also had a wave. And he only needs a 1.44 to get back into second place. Here goes Lucas Medeiros. And gets clobbered by a crashing lip. So Medeiros goes down. King standing by for a score. Benzino Otero in fourth place. Needs a pretty big score of 5.44 to get to second. He may need quite a bit more than that once the second score for Thomas King comes in. Cody Kerbach sitting on that one-wave score of an 8.17. And once he gets a backup score, he's going to extend his lead. 12 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. 12:40. Heat number 5 should be getting checked in. Jan Vaz, Bernd Roediger, Dylan Frick, Nainoa David. And Lucas Medeiros just stuck there bailing for the moment. Cody Kerbach trying to make his way back out. Cody rode that wave all the way to the inside shore break and is making the long trek through quite a bit of whitewater to get back to the Huntington Beach lineup. Might be almost there right now. And please return the red and yellow jerseys. Daniel Hughes, Nitzan Ben Haim. And now we're going to take you for an interview from Zane Schweitzer, who's standing by with the winner of the last heat, Huntington Beach boy, Daniel Hughes.
All right, mahalo, Rocky. We're keeping you updated live with all kind of up-to-date updates, if you want to call it that. Daniel Hughes, that was really exciting watching you in that last heat. You came pretty close to the pilings on 2 of your waves, shooting the pier, really showing your knowledge of this beach break and Huntington Beach. What is it out here to you to advance through into this heat and win your first round?
Dude, it means so much to me. I was like just training for this for like the last 3 months. I've been working at my hotel full time, and just when I get off, I come straight here. I'm exhausted, but I have to go out, you know. And shooting the pier, probably that last time was probably a little stupid. I was like too far inside, and as I came through, it just bowled up on the north side, and I was like, I might be going through the pier.
Yeah, that was crazy. You got the whole beach cracking up there. It was wild. And Daniel, every time we come up to Cali, it's a pleasure hanging out with you. You're the ambassador of Aloha for California. You know what do we call it the first year? The Cinderella story, Daniel Hughes. But anyway, Great surfing out there. Congratulations. We're going to be looking forward to seeing you. You want to thank any sponsors or give a shout out to anyone before you head out?
Oh yeah, I'd just like to thank King's Paddleboards. They've just sent me around the world on this world tour, you know, and really provided the income to travel around. Also, my two new sponsors, Pure Kai Clothing, all natural local company, and also FCS2 just got sponsored by those guys, so I'm stoked.
Right on. Good work, Daniel. Good luck. Aloha.
All right, thanks, Zane, and congratulations to Daniel. And Zane, you hit it right on the head. He is the ambassador of Aloha for Huntington Beach here in California. Daniel Hughes, fine young man, well-spirited, and as you can tell, a lot of energy, a lot of good, positive things coming from that man in the future. So congratulations, Daniel. We'll see you in round number 3, most likely tomorrow. So good job out there. Cody Kerbox right now in the lead in the red. It looks like it's been the red jerseys taking these heats so far. And Cody Kerbox right on cue with the replay. Getting over close to the pier on that left, carving a nice couple of turns, backing up his 817 with a 6.83 previous ride and a 6.1 on the last ride. So Cody performing at a high level throughout this heat with 8 minutes, 30 seconds to go. And here is Blue. A little bit extended there on that last maneuver. That's Benzino Otero. Thomas King is in second place. Last score of 3.3. Lucas Medeiros in third. Lucas, you need a 5.03 to go to second. And Benzino Otero, you're in fourth. Benzino, you need a 4.98. Benzino needs a 4.98. Lucas needs a 5.03. It is Thomas King and Cody Kerbox in second and first. 8 minutes to go. The iconic Huntington Beach Pier. North side having some fun there. Some surfers catching waves. Of course, we're having our competition here on the south side, which is the venue of choice for surfing and stand-up paddle surfing competitions. The south side of the pier has been a venue of many, many epic duels and battles in surfing history. And here is White. Nice big bash off the top on his backhand. That is Lucas Medeiros. And Lucas trying to fight his way back into second place. And a couple nice carves on his backhand. Nice paddle transfers. Airdrops into that inside shore break. And the wave closes out, but his scoring was pretty well done on the outside. And here is yellow, Thomas King, the king of the trials yesterday, is having a bit of a hard time finding the quality today like he found yesterday. Highest score so far, a 5.0. He's got a 3.3. That last wave will probably factor in at another small score. Lucas Medeiros needed a 5.03 to go from third to second. So stand by for that last score. The future Mrs. King there on the beach, shoveling some sand around and feeling a little bit of the pressure of being on the bubble of going to a repecharge or skipping to round 3. I'm sure she would love for this day to be over with Thomas advancing into round 3 and have the rest of the day to just hang out and chill. But his work is not done yet. 5 minutes, 40 seconds. Paddling out there with Cody Kerbox. Right along the pier pylons, below our sponsor sign, Starboard, Turtle Bay, and the Waterman League. And there's our next heat getting ready. Jan Vos, the artist of the Vos brothers. And all-around excellent surfer, good person. And we'll see how he fares against his competitors, Bram Roediger, Dylan Frick, Nainoa David, all coming up in heat number 5. 12 heats of this first round. And then after heat 12, we'll get back into the women's repechage. And then back into the men's repechage. And here is red. Cody Kerbox, your heat leader. Looking to add more to his lead. Try to replace a 6.83. Here he is dropping in, looking at the right, and says this wave is not nearly enough to better my situation, so I will kick out smart surfing there from Cody Kerbox. 4 minutes, 25 seconds. Here goes yellow, Thomas King. Lucas Medeiros, last score, 6.67. Thomas now in third. Thomas needs a 4.95. Here he is on his backhand. And a couple of slopey turns there as the wave fades and he works back to the power section. And coming back left, looking for a big finishing re-entry. Nice tail drifting turn there for Thomas King. A winner of the trials yesterday. Will that be a 4.95? We'll wait and see. Cody Kerbox, his last score, just under 1 point. Actually, don't think the judges deemed that a ride, so no score. Here is a live shot of Cody Kerbox, just one bash and out the back. Not going to better a 6.83. That'll be a throwaway score. More importantly, Lucas Medeiros in second with a 6.67 last score. Thomas King in third, looking for a 4.95. We're waiting for the score of his last ride. Three minutes remaining. 3 minutes. And there you see Cody Kerbox, his top two, 8.17 and a 6.83 for a 15-point total. And last of Thomas King, not coming in yet. Lucas Medeiros in second. Here's a replay. The last turn of Thomas King. Nice tail drifting floater on that shore break section. Courageous turn there. We'll see how that impresses the judges. Does he get a 4.95 and go to second? There is 2 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Last of Cody Kerbox, not going to be one of his top two. Benzino Otero floating over that section. Getting his best maneuver in so far. So the action pouring on as of late in the closing minutes of this heat. Last of Thomas King was a 5.73. Thomas goes to second. Red in first, yellow in second. Here's red up and riding. Lucas White in third. White needs a 4.06. White, you need a 4.06. Blue, you need a 7.4. Blue needs a 7.4. White needs a 4.06. 1 minute, 40 seconds remaining. So Thomas King able to come through in the clutch with a 5.73 after needing a 4.95 to get back into second place in the top two. Here's Lucas bashing it off the top. Beautiful turn there and cannot hold on. One minute, 10 seconds. Cody Kerbox has got this one sealed up with a total of 15 points. He's got Thomas King and the rest of the field on the ropes, needing a 9.27 or better. The battle right now is for second place. Currently in second place is Thomas King in yellow. Lucas Medeiros in white is in third, needs a 4.06. Benzino Otero in the blue needs a 7.4. And Thomas King coming through with some insurance here. Will finish in second place. That won't be the 927 to take him the first, but he does get a nice solid ride at the end of the heat to secure a spot in the third round. So Cody Kerbox in first, Thomas King in second, Lucas Medeiros in third, and Benzino Otero finishes in fourth. And that is all for heat number 4. Heat number 5 standing by. Here we go. Counting down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So in the water right now, Jan Vos in red, Ben Rodiger in white, Dylan Frick in blue, Nainoa David in yellow. Check in heat 6. Sean Pointer, Chuck Patterson, Felipe Gaspar, and David Figlioli check in. There's a shot of Benzino Otero. We'll see him in the repechage round. Making his way back up the beach. Had a nice re-entry maneuver late in the heat. Kind of started to turn on, but a little bit too late. So maybe he'll carry that momentum into the repechage round. Yes, the starboard banner looks very good. Hanging up on the Huntington Beach Pier along with the Turtle Bay banner and the Waterbed League sponsorship banner. So flying high up on the Huntington Beach Pier is those beautiful banners. Here we see white. This is Ben Rodiger. And Ben with that kind of shovel scoop nose and comes down the line into the inside section and kicks out. Here's red Jan Vos, and smashing it up over the top. Just comes off the back of the board, however. But nice aggressive turn and maneuver attempt there for Jan Vos, not holding back. The judges really like to see those aggressive maneuvers. Of course, they like to see them completed. So Jan will head back out. See if he can get more waves in this 20-minute heat. Heat number 5. Heat 6 should be checking in. Sean Pointer, Chuck Patterson, Felipe Gaspar, and David Figlioli. And here we go. This is blue. Dylan Frick from the Republic of South Africa. Flicking a nice turn there and a roundhouse cutback. Can he make the reform? Looks like he's going to work his way back to the power source and keep his board moving while he weaves his way to the inside section and floats it. Oh, just so difficult to time that perfectly as it jacks up so quick. And Dylan back up on his board. And here we go. Check out this replay of Jan Vaz. Nice turn on the outside, leaning into it. Comes to the inside section and really puts it up there. Can't complete it, but a nice attempt. Here's Van Roediger. Foam climb, vertical up off the top, completes it. Gets a roundo, paddling back to the power source, fading. This is a typical maneuver on that inside section here. As you see out in the back in the yellow, that's Nainoa David, the young goofy foot from Tahiti. So a few Tahitians making it here to compete in this Stand-Up World Tour Huntington Beach Pro. Here's Red Jan Vaz. Nice casual tail drift and roundhouse cutback. Switches the paddle over, goes on his backhand for a little bit, and then back to the forehand, moving his feet up and down the board. And a little off timing on that inside section. Once again, so hard to appropriately time that shore break dumper right there. And we're going to take you down on the beach. We got the winner of the last heat, one of my vote for the best improve the last few years, Mr. Cody Kerbox.
Yeah, man, it was just a lot of fun out there. The waves are really good. Probably best Huntington I've ever surfed, and everyone's just ripping out there. All my friends are here, and we're just hanging out and have a good time. So I'm glad I found a few waves and made it happen. So looking forward to the next round.
Hey, Cody, what's been the secret of your improvement the last few years? I mean, you've been really on a tear.
Oh man, I'm just having fun. It's such a great sport. It's amazing to see how much it's grown the last few years, and really I just have fun every time I'm in the water, and I think that's helped me, I guess.
It is showing through, and you're doing very well. Take the rest of the day off, hang out, cruise, get ready for tomorrow, round 3. Congratulations, bro.
Thanks, Rocky. All
right, Cody Kerbox taking that last heat in stylish fashion, comboing the field with an 8.17 and a 6.83. So excellent wave total there for Cody Kerbox, and we'll see him in round 3. Meanwhile, in this heat, some scores coming through. First of Jan Vaz was a 3.83. Second place was, currently second place is Van Roediger. But that could change here pretty soon. We got scores dropping in for Dylan Frick, for white Van Roediger, and also yellow, Nainoa David. 13 minutes remaining. And we're going to show you the last of Dylan Frick, that boosting inside section. And that is just a tough negotiating shore break for our stand-up paddle surfers these last 2 days. But we've had a few competitors able to time it right and take advantage and complete their turns. First score for Van Roediger, a 4.5. First of white, a 4.5. First wave of yellow, Nainoa David, a 4.4. First wave of blue, Dylan Frick, a 3.73. Stand by for second score. Here's Nainoa David on the outside. Nice big re-entry on that closeout section. Standing by for second score of Van Roediger. Standing by for second score of Jan Vaz and Nainoa David. And the second score Showing there for Jan Vaz a 4.8. So Jan Vaz in the lead. Ben Roediger showing his second score of a 3.5. Nainoa David still waiting for another score to fill in. Currently in third. He needs a 3.61. And here's on the outside, this is blue, Dylan Frick. One wave so far of a 3.73. Nice top turn there. Wave kind of frothy. And throwing a little tail once again. Holding on tight and then just gets upended by some big old chops on the inside. So two nice turns from Dylan on a wave that was quite foamy on the face. Difficult to surf, but he managed to fit two turns in there. So Dylan is surfing with a little bit of an injury. He popped out a rib in the shore break here a couple days ago. So just goes to show you how dangerous and perilous this shore break can be. Outside, Ben Roediger with a big backside hack. Follows with another beautiful top turn. Survives the floater down the face. And gets another rebound off the whitewater. Now coming to the inside section, hoping for more open face to work with. And just gets another tap. Rebound off that last whitewater section, and he goes down. But the big money turn was on the outside, on his backhand. Really just went up high, attacked that lip. Came down clean. Went up for the next re-entry. Completed that, as you see some of our competitors and spectators hanging out together underneath tents and umbrellas. Nainoa David, second score, a 3.23, not enough to go to second place. So Jan Vaz in first, waiting for the last score of Ben Roediger in second. Nainoa David in third, and Dylan Frick in fourth. Standing by for the last score of Ben Roediger, and then a situation update. That last of white could be a game changer for the moment. As we're watching blue carving in the froth. And it gets another turn in there. We're watching live on watermanleague.com. Replays and everything available for you if you'd like to log on and check it out while you're here on the beach. Find some wireless and check out watermanleague.com. Last score for Ben Roediger, a 7.87. Last of white, a 7.87. White, you're in first. Red, you're in second. You need a 7.58 to regain the lead. Yellow, you're in third. Yellow, Nainoa, you need a 4.24 to go to second. Yellow needs a 4.24. And blue, you're in fourth. Stand by for your last score, blue. You're currently in fourth, needing a 4.9. Here we go on the outside. This is red, Jan Vaz, the man in second place. Big bottom turn, bash off the top, throwing a little bit of tail. Good paddle transfer on the roundhouse cutback. And now works his way into the whitewater section to find the reform. We'll see if he can get his timing down to get that last bash off the top on the inside shore break. Looks good for now and cannot complete. The nose gets buried. It gets so steep in there, so shallow, that he cannot help but keep his nose from getting buried. And look at that turn from Nainoa David. Vertical backhand snap. And working his way to the inside. We'll see how his timing is approaching the shore break. If he's able to get one nice last turn. Building up some speed. Floats and he gets bucked off right in the shoreline, popping a wheelie. But nice outside turn for Nainoa David, hitting that lip vertical. Stand by for the last score of Jan Vaz and Nainoa David. Still standing by for the last score of Dylan Frick. One judge yet to fill in for blue. Possibly could outpoint his current high score. There it is a 4.17. So Dylan Frick now just needs a 5.7 to go to second because Ian Vaz last score was a 5.07. So white in first, red in second, yellow in third. Yellow needs a 5.24, and blue in fourth. Blue needs a 5.7. And competitors, we need you to be standing at all times possible on your boards. Thank you. So it's Ben Roediger in the white out in the lead with a 7.87 and a 4.5, followed by Jan Vaz with a 5.07 and a 4.8. Nainoa David in third. Nainoa needs a 5.24 to go to second. And Dylan Frick from South Africa in fourth. Blue needs a 5.7. And here we go. This is red. Jan Vaz working it on his forehand. Goes up, lip glides right in the critical section of the wave. And he completes that turn. Now we'll look to the inside for more action. A little snap off the whitewater, a little carving cutty. Meanwhile, action back out to Ben Roediger paddling for that wave in white. Not going to get it. Three minutes, 30 seconds, 3:30. 3:30 remaining. And here we are, checking out a replay of Kyle Vaz. Nice big outside maneuver. Judges like to see that critical turn. And here's yellow. This is Nainoa David. One nice turn, two nice turns. Working on his backhand, using the paddle for stability. And now shifting it back and forth, using it now as a power source to keep him going on the wave, and finally kicks out. So last score, previous score for Nainoa David was a 4.63. Last score for Jan Vaz, a 5.93. So Jan in red still in second, but has extended the gap between himself and Nainoa David and Dylan Frick. So Nainoa David now needs a 6.37. Yellow needs a 6.37. And blue needs a 6.83. Blue, you need a 6.83 to go to second. 2 minutes remaining. 2 minutes. One minute, 20 seconds. There's blue. Dylan Frick and yellow. Nainoa David in your frame. Both surfers looking for waves over 6 points to get to second place. 6.37 for Nainoa. 6.83 for Dylan. And time is now under a minute. Less than 1 minute remaining. Last score for Nainoa David is a good one. Comes in at a 7-1-7. Nainoa in yellow now in second. Jan Vaj down to third. Jan Vaj needs a 5.88. And this wave will count. Not sure if it'll be a 5.88. Really small on the inside. Jan is going to make the most of it, and he will make it back to the beach. So results, Van Roediger in first. Nainoa David in second. Jan Vaj in third. And Dylan Frick finishes in fourth. Counting down, 5. Heat number 6 on standby. Heat number 6 on standby. There's Van Roediger. Had a nice heat, a 7.87 high score. Backed up with a 4.5. A good showing for the young fellow from Hawaii. There's the start of heat number 6. Heat 6 in the water. Heat number 7, check in. Zane Schweitzer, Kieran Grant, Kainoa Teixeira, and Dave Baney. Check in for heat number 7. In heat 6, we got Sean Pointer in red, Chuck Patterson in white, Felipe Gaspar in blue, and David Figlioli in yellow. Here we go. Red on his backhand. Big bottom turn. Carving off that first section. Sean Pointer. Big roundo cutty. Right along the pier pylons. Now working back to his right. Number 3 on the Stand-Up Paddle World Tour. The surfing edition. And shooting through the pier and back out this side and kind of playing around in the pylons. Chuck Patterson finishing a wave. Big off the top attempt there from Felipe Gaspar. Not able to make it. Let's go check out Sean Pointer's wave again on watermanleague.com here on the replay. Nice big bottom turn, carving in the open face, and then right around Larry Haynes, our water photographer, and then kind of playing it with the pylons all the way through to the shoreline. .16 minutes remaining. 16 minutes. I'd like to thank all of our great sponsors here at the Stand Up World Tour. Huntington Beach Pro. Brought to you by the Waterman League, headquartered at Turtle Bay Resort. Turtle Bay on the North Shore, the new and improved. Come check out what's happening on the North Shore this winter. Should be a fun-filled, action-packed winter.
Yeah.
Also, mahalo to Oakley, the brand new store inside the Turtle Bay lobby, as well as Starboard Innovation Quality. And mahalo to Sobe, Deuce Brand, and Tommy Bahama, all coming together to sponsor this great event here at Huntington Beach, the Stand Up World Tour and Stand Up World Series, surfing and racing, the two main disciplines of stand-up paddleboarding, featured here at Huntington Beach this week. First score for red, Sean Pointer, a 4.67. First of red, a 4.67. First wave of blue, Felipe Gaspar, a 1.17. First of white, Chuck Patterson, a 0.33. Once again, no yellow in this heat, just a three-man affair. As we watch Sean Pointer carve up this left one more time near the pier, we're going to take you down to the beach. We have Ben Rodigger, who is the winner of the last heat. Did a great job. How's it going, Brand?
Oh, super good. That was kind of a crazy heat for me. I was kind of underwater a lot. But yeah, I was really stoked on my waves, just stoked on my boards and stuff. I'm feeling kind of good out there, so.
Yeah, that board's working pretty good for you. Tell us a little bit about it and the meaning behind the design.
I don't know. I mean, a lot of people seem to be riding these things now, and my shaper and I on Maui, we're just kind of like, oh, we should start making some of these and see how they work. And they're good for some things, for sure. I mean, I'd say that they're really sick when it's mushy in conditions like this, for sure.
Well, you definitely proved it was good for something. Winning that heat, doing a great job, getting a 7.87 high score. Take a little bit of a breather, and we'll see you in round 3. Congratulations.
Thanks.
So Ben Rodigger getting a pass from the repechage and headed to round 3. Meanwhile, Sean Pointer and Felipe Gaspar are trying to do the same here in heat number 6. We're right around the halfway point of round 1 of the main event for the men's. Starboard and Turtle Bay and Waterman League, all those banners flying proudly from the Huntington Beach Pier. If you're looking for a truly unique destination to get away to and be on a surf trip somewhere where the waves are always nice and fun and always good, is the North Shore of Oahu. Come check out Turtle Bay Resort. Here's Chuck Patterson, nice little backhand re-entry to finish the outside part of the wave. Now work in the middle, seeing if he can stay busy, looking for the inside section. And gets one final move in there and is back to the beach. Standing by for scores. Ten minutes, 30 seconds, 10:30 remaining. Sean Pointer in first, Felipe Gaspar in second, Chuck Patterson in third. Waiting for some scores to fill in. I believe Sean Pointer had a second score. And Chuck Patterson just, we saw riding as well. So when those scores come in, we'll give you the situation update. And right now we have 10 minutes remaining. Quite a few folks enjoying a day out on the pier. Ruby's Surf City Diner out there on the end of the pier here at Huntington Beach. So much things to do. We got surfing. We got stand-up paddleboarding that we're watching right now. Red, you must stand up. Red, Sean Pointer, please stand up. Thank you. Coming from our head judge. 9 minutes. 9 minutes remaining. Here we go, blue, Felipe Gaspar. Nice forehand carving turn. A couple stage roundhouse cutty and another little check turn. And that'll be all for Felipe. Still standing by for the last score of Chuck Patterson in white. Also standing by for a score from blue, Felipe Gaspar. And I believe Sean Pointer had a second score. Looked quite similar to his first wave, kind of that left-hander going towards the pier. Okay, folks, stand by for scores. We have our scores down for the moment. We're going to reboot, but we're going to continue surfing and scoring. Here's Sean Pointer scoring on a right-hander. Beautiful layback turn, throwing a lot of spray, carving a nice cutty, and a good paddle transfer, and another nice roundhouse cut back for Sean Pointer. Now to the inside section, gets the timing right, and gets exploded. Here we go. White Chuck Patterson going left right at the pier, carving a nice turn on his backhand. Another bottom turn, a check turn off the top. And he kicks out. 5 minutes remaining. 5 minutes here in heat number 6. And once again, we apologize. We do not have scores for this heat so far. We are still standing by, so thank you for your patience. And look at that big drop there from surfer in blue, Felipe Gaspar. Big frothy wave. So right now we got scores for Sean Pointer, who is in the lead. Mahalo to the Huntington Beach lifeguards, doing a great job, keeping all of our patrons and everyone safe here. Busy times with the beautiful weather. I know they were staying busy yesterday, warning folks to stay away from the pier. Do not swim too far out. It was really strong rip currents, big waves. Kind of an experts-only day here at Huntington Beach yesterday. A lot of the same today. So mahalo to our Huntington Beach lifeguards, keeping everyone safe and protected here in the big surf. As we see Sean Pointer just a kick out. So scores coming through. Sean Pointer's in first. In red, he's got a 6.77 and a 7.0. Pretty good two-score combination. Felipe Gaspar was able to get some nice scores. He got a 5.5 to move him into second place. Chuck Patterson in third. White Chuck Patterson needs a 4.04. White needs a 4.04. And we do not have a surfer in yellow, so disregard the yellow. But it is Chuck Patterson in third, needing a 4.04. Actually now showing that Felipe was able to get a 5.0 and a 5.5. Chuck now needs a 7.1. Some stand-up paddle girls down the beach. walking from north to south. But it is Sean Pointer in first, red in first, blue in second. Blue is in second, white is in third. White needs a 7.1. White, you need a 7.1. 1 minute remaining. 1 minute to go here in heat number 6. Here we go, counting down. Under 15 seconds. White looking for a 7.1. Counting down 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So results, Sean Pointer in first. Felipe Gaspar in second. Chuck Patterson in third. And that is the heat number 6 in the books. Heat number 7, stand by. Heat 7, stand by. Here we go, counting down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Check in heat number 8. Heat number 8, check in. Mo Freitas, Casper Steinfath, Giovanni Perez, and Josh Riccio. Please check in. Mo, Casper, Giovanni, and Josh, please check in. So, first score for white, Kieran Grant, comes in at a 3.3. In this heat, we got Zane Schweitzer from Maui in red. Kieran Grant from the East Coast in white. Kainoa Teixeira from Brazil in blue. And Dave Bainey from right here in California in the yellow. Looking at Sean Pointer, winner of that last heat. Felipe Gaspar right behind him, the second place finisher. Those two gentlemen will be moving on to round number 3. We'll see Chuck Patterson, who finished third in that heat. We'll see him in the repechage round coming up later today. Lots of folks playing in the shoreline here at Huntington Beach. It is a beautiful Wednesday. Not a cloud in the sky. Waves going off. A little bit of a sea breeze. And a beautiful warm sand and sun hitting everybody's skin that is out and about on the beach here at Huntington. One of the surf capitals of the universe. Surf City, USA. One of the most famous surf breaks in the world right here, Huntington Beach. First score for Zane Schweitzer in red, an 8.1. So Zane getting off to a great start, banging out an 8.1. Kieran Grant in second with a 3.33. David Bainey with a 2.0 so far. Here goes blue, Kainoa Teixeira. And Kainoa dropping in. Nice bottom turn. Slashing in the open face. I think I saw him out here practicing yesterday, getting some pretty good waves. And bouncing for that inside section. Can he make it? Yes, he does. And it steepens up for him. And, oh, just a little extra step down right there as that gets really shallow. Tide starting to recede. Here goes White. This is Kieran Grant. And Kieran, nice paddle transfer to Roundhouse Cuddy. And another. Now looking for that inside section. Stays busy with another cutback. A little check turn snap there just to bide his time. Waiting for the inside section. It stands up and is unable to set his rail to get his board attacking the lip. It has to just bail through. Shot of the pier, folks fishing, hanging out, watching the action, getting some lunch at Ruby's. So Zane Schweitzer opening up with that 8.1. Kieran Grant got a 3.33 opener and followed up with a 3.6. So he is the man in second. Kainoa Teixeira in blue with a 2.9. He is in third. And Dave Bainey currently in fourth in yellow with a 2.0. Yellow, you need a 4.93. Yellow needs a 4.93. Kainoa in blue, you need a 4.03. So blue needs a 4.03. Yellow needs a 4.93. Dave Bainey helping us out doing some announcing here in the booth, and also known for making great stand-up paddle boards and surfboards, shaping them. And we're going to take you down on the beach with the winner of that last heat, number 3 in the rankings, Mr. Sean Pointer. How was it out there?
Oh, it was a lot of fun. It wasn't so many waves. Actually, sneaky, there's a bunch of waves, but I only had 3 heats that wave, and it was a little bit of work, a lot of waves kind of coming through, but just happy to get one under the belt and get this thing underway. So just trying to feel the wax under my feet and the board under me, and happy to get a couple out there.
Yeah, you were pretty efficient, just catching a few waves, and the 2 of those waves are really good scores. Talk about that one left. You kind of weaved in and out through the pylons. What was the plan there?
Yeah, the pylon's always just adding a little bit of extra just nerves to you, really. I just had I couldn't really go right, or else it would have bumped me back into it. So at that point, you just have no decision but to shoot it and kind of navigate through the piling. So that's just what I did there, and glad I made it through. It's funny, the guy on the other side was saying, "Don't do that again."
Yeah, it was a little bit dicey, but nonetheless, you survived the distractions of the pylons and had a good heat. So we'll see you in round 3, bro. Congratulations.
Right on. Thank you.
All right, Sean Pointer. We'll see him tomorrow's competition. Number 3 in the rankings, doing very well in that last heat, number 6. Right now, action heat number 7, 10 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. Zane Schweitzer still out in front with that one big score of an 8.1. Red is in first. White is in second. Blue in third needs a 4.03. And a yellow in fourth needs a 4.93. Wow, look at this set on the outside. Somebody went left. Here is Kainoa Teixeira on the right. That was well over his head. And that's Zane Schweitzer on the left, of course, shooting the pier. As that wave peters out right through the middle, and he kicks out. And Blue made it to the inside. An incomplete turn there for Kainoa. So Zane will back up his 8.1 with that left-hander he just caught. He will extend his lead. We'll make it a little bit tougher for Kieran Grant and the rest of the field to vie for the first place position. They could be all battling for second, as Zane Schweitzer, one of the top competitors on the Stand-Up World Tour, doing a good job here at Huntington Beach, at the Huntington Beach Pro. Shooting through the pylons of the pier. You see Starboard, Turtle Bay, and Waterman League, 3 of our major sponsors of the Stand-Up Paddle World Tour. Zane makes it back through to the south side of the pier. And he backs his 8.1 up with a 5.5. Zane, your last score, a 5.5. Red, you're in first with an 8.1 and a 5.5. White, you're in second with a 3.33 and a 3.6. You need a 10.0 to get to first place. And Kainoa Teixeira with that wave through the inside section. Going to be a small score. Probably still will need a 4.03. And David Bainey with a single wave score 2.0 needs a 4.93. 7 minutes, 35 seconds, 7:35 left here in heat number 7. Guys, we need you to stand up. Competitors, please stand up. Red, Zane Schweitzer, please stand up. All right, that was Blue Kainoa Texera having a look. A little bit of texture on the ocean surface as the sea breezes kick up. The land heats up, draws that air towards shore, creates a little bit of an onshore breeze here at Huntington Beach. And here's Kainoa Texera negotiating the chops down the face, floats over the first section, switches the paddle, and good paddle transfer on that roundhouse cutty. And another one on the inside. A young competitor is Kainoa, one of the youngest in the field of the men's and women's, and he goes down in the shore break. Here we go in yellow. This is Dave Baney. And Dave with some down-the-line speed, carving a nice cutty, throwing in some spray, and then jumps off right as the shoreline closeout occurs, kind of close to the pylons. Zane Schweitzer on his backhand now, trying score some points on the right, staying very busy, as he does very well, no matter where he surfs. And big floater over that little step up. And Zane Schweitzer making good use of a smaller wave, trying to build on his lead and better a 5.5. We'll see how that score comes in from our judges on that right-hander for Zane Schweitzer. Three minutes, 50 seconds, 3:50 remaining. Standing by for last score of yellow. Last of yellow, Dave Baney at 3.57, not enough to go to second. Yellow, you're still in fourth. You need a 3.37. Blue, you're in third. You need a 3.96. Blue in third, you need a 3.96. White is in second. Here he is up in riding. This is Kieran Grant. And Kieran hopping through the inside, throwing a nice little tail whop there. And a casual cutty. Looking for this reform on the inside, check turning to bide his time, and then says, ooh, that is going to get really steep. And he kicks out. 2 minutes, 55 seconds remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds, 2:30. Last of Zane Schweitzer, a 6.67. So he does improve on a 5.5. Heat score for Zane Schweitzer of 14.77. Kieran Grant currently in second. Blue, Kainoa Texera in third. Blue needs a 3.96 to go to second. And yellow, Dave Baney in fourth. Yellow needs a 3.37. Here we go in Red, Zane Schweitzer bashing that lip, free falling not once but twice through the little step down as it gets really shallow. The tide going out here at Huntington Beach, making for a very, very tricky, shallow inside shore break section. Here we go. That's yellow, Dave Baney. Just a short ride for yellow on the left. Under a minute remaining. 50 seconds. 5-0. 50 seconds remaining. Here in heat number 7. Heat number 8 standing by. There you see the scores across the bottom of your screen. Is Zane Schweitzer, farthest left on your screen, the first place position holder. And we've got 18 seconds left. Kieran Grant in second. Kainoa Teixeira in third, needs a 3.96. Dave Baney in fourth, needs a 3.37. And here we go. Red way over on the inside. Not going to do it. Knows there's only 3, 2, 1 left in the heat. So that does it for heat number 7. Zane Schweitzer in first. Kieran Grant in second. Kainoa Teixeira in third. And David Baney in fourth. Standing by to start heat number 8. Heat number 8. Here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Heat number 9, check in. Heat 9, check in. Leco Salazar, Riggs Napoleon, Fisher Grant, and Justin Bing, check in. There's Zane and Dave making their way back up the beach from near the pier. Zane in first. Kieran in second. Kainoa in third. And Dave in fourth. Once again, Heat 9 check-in. Leco Salazar, Riggs Napoleon, Fisher Grant, Justin Bing check-in. Here we go. This is white. Kasper Steinfath. Kasper out of the great surfing nation of Denmark. Bashing it on the inside is Kasper, now working on his backhand and shoots the board up and over the lip. Here we go. This is Red Mo Freitas. And Momo from the North Shore of Oahu. Now, continuing to wave proudly on the Huntington Beach Pier, starboard, Turtle Bay and the Waterman League banners are great sponsors of this event here, the Stand Up World Tour Huntington Beach Pro. Brought to you by the Waterman League, Turtle Bay Resort, starboard, and Oakley, as well as Deuce Brand, Sobe, and Tommy Bahama. All right, we're going to take you down to the beach. Interviewing himself will be Zane Schweitzer.
How's it going, guys? Good fun out there, Huntington Beach. Probably one of the funnest sessions I've had out at South Pier. Definitely some of the biggest waves I've ever surfed out at Huntington. Stoked to be here with the Waterman League. That was good fun. I think I had one solid wave I was happy with, and my other two were fun. Definitely nothing special. But, yeah, it was good fun. Stoked to shoot the pier for my first time. And, yeah, looking forward to get back in the water. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you had a great score, 8.1, Zane. Congratulations. You did very well. And take a little break. And we'll see you in round number 3. There's some spectators, competitors, everybody enjoying the sand, the sun, and the surf. So far in this heat, it's Giovanni Perez out in the lead in blue. Here's the man in third, Casper Steinfath from the great surfing nation of Denmark. Bashing it off the whitewater section, cutting back, not able to complete that turn, so he'll get back out for more. And the paddling, here we go. This is red. It's Mo Freitas weaving around his fellow competitor and carving a turn in this newly choppy surf. The sea breeze just coming on. We got Dave Baney back up in the booth after heat surfed. How was that heat, Dave, as we watch Mo Freitas complete all the way to the inside? Wow, great wave for Mo.
Nice, Mo. And out the back, Josh Riccio. Just digging a little rail right there. Yeah, the conditions turned windy quite soon.
Yeah.
Right just before my heat, it was glassy, and then it turned quite windy. It's not super windy for Huntington yet, but it did get a little chop. Some of the boys begging to sit down in their heat as the legs were getting a little fried out there. But
yeah,
there's still some fun waves out there. I just happen to not get them.
Well, you said you sat way over on the left waiting, and they kind of shut down over there.
Yeah, as we see Casper sticking to that pier bowl left, working it to the inside. Throws it up one more. Right there, you can't really see from that angle, but that's really, really close to that pier. But, yeah, I was trying to stick on that Rob Machado left, down the way. Before my heat, they were kind of breaking there, and they just kind of went quiet during my heat, but I stuck to my game plan, caught one, and then, by the time I made it back out, kind of ran out of some time, but Zane caught a really good wave, was surfing amazing, and Kieran Grant as well caught a couple really solid ones. So congrats to those guys, and, we live another day in the Repicharge tomorrow.
Yeah. There we see Blue making his way even further out. That's Giovanni Perez. He's going to spin around and catch this wave. So here goes Giovanni on his backhand. Nice bottom turn. Shows the fin a little bit. Up off the top and can't complete it. Mo Freitas kicks the board over.
Yeah, and on the camera, the wave face doesn't look as choppy as it actually is out there. And with the stand-up paddleboards having, quite a bit more volume than a shortboard, it's really hard to engage that rail, keep those fins in the water, and drive hard off the bottom. And, a lot of these guys have to concentrate a little harder, and whoever can kind of dig that rail and throw it up there is going to get that good score.
Hey, how you guys doing? WatermanLeague.com. I'm Rocky Cannon. Dave Baney.
What's up, you guys? Thanks for tuning in.
Just surfing in a heat and got to get wet.
It did. It felt good. The water's really warm. No complaints there.
I'd like to say aloha and thank you to all of our great sponsors and all of you watching on WatermanLeague.com and also all of you watching live here on the beach as we see Blue. This is Giovanni Perez working his way towards the pier. Kicks out right in front of the pylon. So very close to that that pier and pylon area there.
Yep, as you see him make a mad dash. As we see Mo Freitas coming to screen, throws it up top. Going to work this right into the inside, hoping for that reform. As you can see, it does not pan out, and he goes for the lobster dive. Nonetheless, Mo Freitas will get his, I believe, his second wave under his belt. As we see Casper from Denmark back on this left. Nice little snap off the foam right there. Climbs up to the top. Negotiating the fat section right here, as we all know Huntington Beach is famous for. Casper throws a little roundhouse. Boom. Throws it up again. And that's where it gets really sketchy. Right in front of that pylon. You got to be careful you don't run into that thing, and you're also trying to throw up a score. And as he sees Casper just sprinting to get out of harm's way. Conditions definitely taking a turn. As you can see it white capping out the back there. Paddler up and riding. Looks like Giovanni Perez from Sayulita once again opts for the right hand. Nice roundhouse. Keeping with that wave. He's got a clean open face. Throws a little snap. Inside section. Let's see if he gets a little, and he does, a little re-entry right there. Gio Perez, smaller wave, but giving him some opportunity to score some waves. And Josh Riccio up and riding in yellow. Josh, originally from the East Coast, now in Maui, has become quite the paddler, quite fast. He's only been in the mix for about a year or so, already finishing quite well in all the races and mixing it up in the surf. As we see Casper and Mo getting back out there. And there he is, Brada Riggs, getting ready. One of the coolest kids I know. Riders getting caught by that set. As you can see in the foreground there, the wind really starting to pick up. And with about 4 minutes remaining, there's some scores for you. Leading the heat right now in red is Mo Freitas. Mo holds a 6.13, backed up by a 5.6. Second place, white, Casper. You are in second place with a heat total of 8.1. Third place, blue, Giovanni Perez. Giovanni, you need a 4.08 to take over Casper for second place. With just about 3.5 minutes remaining. Mo Freitas taking a look, opts out. So still plenty of time for Gio, hopefully to get one more crack at it. Wants to try his best to get in the top two so he could skip that repecharge round straight into round 3. Riders paddling. Mo Freitas going to take this one in red. Mo jamming down the line. Sees nothing. Pulls out the back. Mo has forged quite the reputation of riding some of the smallest equipment on tour. As you can see in the frame, when he does stop paddling, basically sinks down to his upper thighs. Quite amazing how these guys could stand up, especially when it's getting so windy like that. As you can see, Mo's well deep up to his shins and calves. But keeping that blade in the water helps him brace. Look at that. Just sinking past the knees. I mean, great shot by the cameraman there, zooming in. Pretty crazy. He takes one stroke and kind of pops up, you know, like a hydrofoil. But Mo, super athlete, able to stand on those little twigs of boards. I believe they're 22, 23 wide. Not made for the average human. Board size is definitely creeping down. I would say the average width is probably right around 25 inches wide. In the mid-7 range for length, 7'1" to 7'7", 7'9"-ish. As I see Mo taking a look. Not going to go.
Just about a minute remaining. 1 minute left. Casper on your screen right now and up and riding live. And he is currently in second place in the advancing position to go to round 3. And holds on for that floater re-entry on the inside shore break. Mo Freitas in the red, your heat leader. White, Casper Steinfath in second. Giovanni Perez in the blue is in third. And in fourth place, it is Josh Riccio for the moment. Here is blue, Giovanni Perez.
Giovanni looking for a decent score here. Try to get him into second place. Looks like it'll be his last attempt there with 10 seconds left. We'll wait for scores to drop to see if that was enough to move him from third place. Counting down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
So it is Mo Freitas in first, Casper Steinfath. That last score from Gio Perez coming in at a 4.17. Looks like that was enough to take him into second place. So Mo Freitas in first, Giovanni Perez in second, Casper Steinfath in white in third. Counting down, 2-1. Heat number 10, please check in. Giorgio Gomez, Connor Baxter, Brennan Rose, and Masa Motohashi. Please check in. Giorgio Gomez, Connor Baxter, Brennan Rose, Masa Motohashi, check in. Here we are in heat number 9 in red, Lego Salazar, in white, Riggs Napoleon, in blue, Fisher Grant, and in yellow, Justin Bing. Here's Justin on the outside. Big maneuver on the outside, kind of fishing now through the middle, seeing if something's going to pop up in the shore break, and on the outside red, no ride. And that will not be a completed maneuver there. You see some tape hanging from the knee brace, but that was a great effort from Justin Bing. Had he been able to continue riding for another maneuver that would have counted, he could have increased his score. But once he leaves his feet, the judges count that as incomplete as we see Fisher Grant from the East Coast carving on the inside, and on the outside it's red Leco Salazar.
As you see, Leco Salazar getting a ton of board speed right there. Boom. Bashes that cross left coming right at him. Leco really known for its backhand attack, as you can see right there. Wow. Just handles that inside section with no problem. Being a fellow Goofyfoot, Leco is definitely someone I like to watch. Just great technique. Former world champion. Leco definitely knows what he's doing. And as you can see right there, first wave making it all the way in and getting that great maneuver on the inside there in red, Leco Salazar from Brazil.
All right, so we got the winner of the last heat down on the beach, and it is Mo Freitas. He is with Zane Schweitzer.
How's it going, guys? Here at Mo Freitas, out there dominating, man. The wind is kind of starting to pick up, but the waves are still good. How was it out there for your heat?
It was fun. You know, it's pretty difficult. The wind is onshore, but, you know, there's swell and, yeah, fun waves. I'm stoked to make it, and yeah, just get ready for tomorrow.
Yeah, and it was really glassy and clean all morning. Seemed like just the last maybe heat 7 and heat 8, it started to get pretty bouncy with the wind. You know, especially with some of these boards, they're super light. We could really feel those bounce. Can you give us a little bit of feedback about maybe your equipment or how it felt out there?
Yeah, you know, I'm riding a 7.2, and it's, you know, made for small Huntington, and I didn't expect it to be big. And you know, going down the face of the wave, it's pretty bumpy, and light boards, they don't do well. But yeah, it's what we got to work with. So.
Oh yeah, I think we're all feeling that a little bit today. Well, thanks, Brother Mo. Good surfing out there. I also have Giovanni Perez here. He was second place advancing out of that heat. So, Gio, how'd it go for you, bro? You killed it out there. You stoked to make it through?
I'm really stoked. First of all, I want to say hi to all mis amigos de Sayulita. Y aquí estamos echándole ganas. Salió para México. I'm super stoked, man. I almost killed myself the last event. I'm getting better. And just try to spray the Sayulita lifestyle.
Yeah, bro. Well, you know what? This is the mayor of Sayulita right here. Always a smile on his face, always sharing good vibes. Stoked you made it through, brother Gio. Good work. Make sure to stay tuned for all the action. All right. Aloha.
See ya.
Thanks, Zane, and good job, Gio. And good job to Mo Freitas as well. Both surfers advancing on to round 3. First score for red, Leco Salazar, comes in at a 6.67. First of red, a 6.67. First score for blue, a 0.9, but makes it up for that on the second score. Second of blue is a 5.5. Here is Riggs Napoleon. Riggs from that very well-known waterman and water Wahine Ohana, the Napoleon family in Hawaii. And he's working this wave all the way to the inside and gets a nice inside section, puts it through the lip. First score for Justin Bing, a 4.17. Stand by for the first score of white Riggs Napoleon.
Up again, rider in red, Leco Salazar with the trademark backside snap. As you can see, perfect timing. Just off the bottom, straight into the top. Nice, smooth, calculated surfing. Leco Salazar working his way inside. Going to S-turn, try to make that connection. Looking back left, throwing it up. Nice. Leco Salazar surfing solid and smooth.
Yeah, he's been one of the only competitors we've seen so far able to 2 times in a row work it from the outside and finish strong on the inside. Here's Fisher Grant. A nice tail sliding turn on the outside for turn number 1. Roundo Cuddy for turn number 2. And yet another roundhouse as he waits for the wave to redevelop on the inside. Nice carving turn there, throwing a little bit of tail. And finishes with a lip bash, but the wave just kind of sucks out from under him. Drops out from under him, and he has to bail off. But good wave there for Fisher.
Yeah, that's going to be a good score for Fisher, you know. Even though he didn't complete that last maneuver, did a lot of work before that. Got that first crack off the top. Couple snaps through the zone. Cutty back, stayed right in the spot, and then threw it up for the attempt. And Fisher's cool, man. He comes from the East Coast, rides a longboard, super stylish, and definitely one of the standouts as far as the East Coast goes in the SUP surfing realm. Him and his brother, Kieran, doing a nice job earlier this year at Sunset, you know, impressing a few people, going on some big waves that, you know, maybe you wouldn't think they would go with the whole stigma of East Coast surfers, but they definitely held their own.
Yep, and being so young. They're just teenagers and charging at Sunset Beach.
And I think their first trip to Hawaii, if I'm not mistaken. So just to get right in the mix and go to Sunset, nice work right there as we see scores.
Well, what Fisher's going to like about this is he's going to replace that 0.9 that you see on your screen right there. He's got a 5.5 high score, and this next score will be eliminating that 0.9. So he'll just build on that second place position. Leko Salazar has a good score working right now. He's got a 6.67 first score. And his second score is going to be in the excellent range. So Leko will be extending his lead. Fisher Grant will be solidifying a second place position with 10 minutes and 55 seconds remaining. Justin Bing will be looking for a good score, as well as Riggs Napoleon to move up into second place. So Leko threatening with the highest score of the event so far, possibly. I believe the highest we've seen was an 8.67. He's got two scores that are already above that. In this second wave, we're waiting for one more judge. As we see, surfer in yellow, Justin Bing, goes up and over the lip and can't convert. So last score of Leko Salazar, 8.57. Last of red, an 8.57. Red, you're in first. Blue, your last score, a 4.77. Blue, you are in second. Yellow, you're in third. Yellow, you need a 6.1. Yellow, you need a 6.1. And white, you're in fourth. White, you need a 7.5. White in fourth needs a 7.5 with 9 minutes and 30 seconds here in heat number 8. Sorry, heat number 9. Red, we need you to stand up. Red. Coming from the head judge, thank you.
As we see the Tommy Bahama umbrella on the beach flapping in the wind, you could tell it is getting much windier out there. As riders' legs starting to get fried, they still must remain standing up. This is a stand-up paddle event. That is one of the requirements. A lot of times free surfing, you know, the competitors, fellow surfers will sit down in between waves because their boards are such low volume. But that is kind of the game plan. You have to get a board that you can stand at all times. And as you see, it's getting quite windy, and guaranteed these guys would rather be sitting, but it's the name of the game.
Well, that's what sets these athletes apart, is the ability to remain standing at all times possible. I know it gets a little tougher as the water gets choppier, but you're all on the same water. And whether or not you can balance on your board, it's kind of your prerogative. But don't go too small on your shape, or else you won't be able to stand the whole time.
I might practice my balancing in a pool. I don't see how Mo Freitas does it, man. How low can Mo go?
He'll go sinking it to waist deep sometimes. Connor Baxter getting a little bit of a stretch on the inside, on the shoreline before his heat number 10 coming up next. Of course, one of the premier standouts on the Stand-Up World Series, the racing circuit of the Waterman League.
Yep, of course, Connor Baxter, definitely one of the fastest paddlers on the planet, if not the fastest. You tend to forget about him in the surf, you know, but you can't count Connor out. Connor is definitely a better surfer than he's known for. I got the chance to go on a trip down to Mexico with him earlier in the year. We were filming that film, H2 Mexico, and Connor, man, he was in the mix. He was throwing airs, throwing tail, and he is definitely known to charge riding his stand-up paddleboard at Jaws. And I think if he just gets his head on straight, I think he really doesn't care all that much in the surf events. But he could definitely do good if he really, really wanted to, as we see scores dropping on your screen right there.
Here we go, up and riding in red. Former world champion Leko Salazar banging it off the top. One big vertical hack and then a nice little carving cutty. And debating whether to continue towards the pier or veer back towards our scaffolding. Just making the connection on the inside, and it continues towards the pier and bashes it one more time, and then just dismounts off his board. So 3 nice maneuvers there from Leko Salazar, possibly looking to replace a 6.67.
Leko again looking really strong and polished. And one thing I noticed about Leko is his boards generally look a little, you know, maybe stiff even, carvier, kind of like Colin McPhillips boards. But conditions like this, when it's choppy, they tend to stay in the water more, engage that rail, and get a lot of drive. As you can see, Leko just surfing quite fast through that flat section. And you match that up with such a great technique and polished style, he's able to pretty much land any trick he wants on the inside there, and it's just fun to watch.
There's your top performers of today, best heat scores, and a list of great competitors getting over the 10-point combo range, all the way up to 15.03. Kyle Vaz, first heat of the men's, putting in a 2-wave total of 15.06. Cody Kerbox up there with a 15-point total. Zane Schweitzer and Sean Pointer just a point apart. And Van Rodigger, Nainoa David, Mo Freitas, Daniel Hughes, Jan Vaz, Thomas King, all turning in great heat scores of 10.73 or better. Meanwhile, Leko's last score, a 6.03, not one of his top 2. Red, your last score, 6.03, not one of your top 2. Fisher Grant, you're currently in second. Blue, you're in second. And here's Justin Bing trying to catch Fisher Grant, needs a 6.1. Goes up at the lip, smashes it hard. Remember, he's got a little bit of a injured knee, a torn ligament in his right knee. So that's his back knee, putting a lot of pressure on it. And that, you know, as far as injuries go to your knees, I'm not sure what you would prefer, your front knee or your back knee, but I know that most surfers, in fact, nearly all competitive surfers, use and put a lot more pressure on that back knee.
Yeah, no doubt, especially on these SUP boards. You know, you're able to dig that paddle in and torque your back foot and throw that tail. As you see Riggs up again. Nice little backside turn. Another little rebound. And he pulls the ripcord. But Riggs, I know he's been surfing a lot at home, trying out new equipment, and really step up at his game. Riggs, I've seen him been posting some photos on Instagram and everything of him surfing, and I know he's been quite stoked to make it out here and get going in this competition.
Well, like here in California, Oahu has had a lot of swell on the north and south end of Oahu, so there's been lots of waves. Here's Fisher Grant headed towards the pier. A long wall ahead and cannot get out in front. And we'll see if he continues to the inside or kicks out. He's going to milk this one for all it's worth. And finally dismount on the inside there. 1 minute, 50 seconds. Leko in first. Fisher in second. Justin in third. And Riggs going to try to at least get a 7.5 and get up in the second. If not, that last wave could get him into third place. But we'll see how that score comes in just a moment from our judges. Meanwhile, 1:25 remaining. Aloha and welcome to those of you watching on WatermanLeague.com and live here at the beach. I'm Rocky Cannon with Dave Bainey, and we're just watching the conditions slowly become more windy. It's affecting the surface of the water very much, affecting the fact that our surfers must continue standing, our athletes out there on their stand-up paddle boards. But what's the forecast for the rest of the day?
Yeah, it'll continue to get windier. You know, that's the general thing that the wind does up here in Huntington Beach. We actually been pretty darn lucky. It's been staying glacier longer than normal. Pretty much around noon it's been kicking up. Usually around 10:30 it starts blowing. So far we've got some good conditions. There is still a lot of waves. But you're right, it's getting much more challenging to stand on your board. A lot more chop on that face as we're counting down this heat. 10 more seconds left.
All right, here we go. You see David getting ready up on top of the tower. Here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that is the end of heat number 9. So Riggs able to get a 6.17 on his last score. Bumps him up to third. But it is Leko and Fisher moving on to the third round. Riggs and Justin will be on to the repechage. Counting down to start heat number 10 in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Right at the beginning of that heat, Connor Baxter snagged a decent left right at the horn. It will count. We'll wait for scores to drop on that, perhaps get a replay of that wave. But Connor able to get a turn out the back as we see yellow here. That is Masa Motohashi from Japan. Nice outside turn and unable to connect. He'll work his way back outside. So in this heat, we have Connor Baxter, Giorgio Gomez, Brennan Rose, and Masa Motohashi. As the wind continues to blow harder and harder.
We're at 54%. You need this? Yeah. You want to nick it?
Giorgio Gomez in red from the East Coast. Connor Baxter in white from Maui. Brennan Rose in blue as we see Giorgio up and riding. Little foam climb. Going to roundhouse back into the section here. Using that paddle to make a way through the inside, and he's going to pull out. Giorgio breaking bread on his heat. Giorgio, of course, older brother to Izzy Gomez is Giorgio Gomez. Always has great support here on the beach with mom and sister in tow as we see Brennan Rose getting his first wave. Cutting back. Little front side snap. Going to work back left. See what the inside does for him. Throws it up. Unable to complete that, but Brennan Rose will get his heat going as we see scores starting to drop in. White is up. Connor Baxter on wave number 2. That one's got not much to offer, so he's going to head back out as we see Massa taking off again on the left outside. Throwing it up there, you can see the waves are getting really challenging. Massa able to throw it up on the top and fit in a maneuver. He's going to skate across to the inside, come back right.
So many chops to negotiate. He dropped into about 7 different waves already.
Yes, and his board just gets walloped right there. It's getting really hard to decide to go right or left on the inside right there. You could tell, you know, with all the cross chops and everything like that. So I think the guys who could get a good crack out the back and complete a maneuver, it's going to be the formula right now.
Yeah, that's going to be the advantage, is getting that turn in early out the back, getting the scoring under your belt right away, and then hopefully seeking some more potential on the inside. You know, if you don't get something on the inside, at least you know you have that one out the back. If you do get a chance on the inside, well, at least you know you get a chance to enhance your score and make it that much better. But all importance on the outside here. We'll see if Giorgio Gomez can take advantage by getting one turn in, and he does. Beautiful carving lip glide over that first section, and now it, like we were just saying, just going for a little bit of padding of the score after you got that big outside move. And it does well. And gets out of the way. Oh,
his board just
ricocheted.
Dang. But as you saw, Giorgio able to connect that maneuver. Lucky he's got that starboard construction, man. Those boards are really light and pretty bomb-proof. So
yeah, solid.
That thing tagged that piling, and it's probably okay.
Yeah, he looks to be okay. He's grabbing the rails and doesn't seem to be taken by surprise by anything poking out through the rails, so looks to be all right. There's Larry Haynes motoring his way against the current. Giorgio Gomez on the north side of the pier, choosing that angle for a paddle back out, and then going to cut back over through the pier on the outside. Here's Blue, just a quick in and out for Brennan Rose. Heat number 11, let's get checked in. Matias Salazar, Kai Bates, Fernando Stala, Rob Bitzkowski. Check in if you haven't done so already. Matias, Kai, Fernando, and Rob check in for heat number 11. And we have Zane Schweitzer standing by with the winner of the last heat, Leko Salazar. Zane, take it away.
How's it going, guys? Here at Leko, winner of the last heat. Man, it's really getting bumpy out there, Leko. Conditions are getting more bouncy. How'd it go for you? You could answer Portuguese.
Sorry, speak a little bit English. I'm very happy to stay here. Thanks to my family in Brazil, my sponsor, my friends. Let's go to the next year.
Yeah, all right. Beleza. Aloha, guys.
All right,
Aloha,
Leko. Good job, Leko. Thank you, Zane. And Leko moving on to round number 3. Here is blue. This is Brennan Rose. I believe he is also from right here in Huntington Beach or nearby. And the finishing nice, transferring that paddle mid-floater. Can't complete it, however. Giorgio Gomez is in first place. Last wave score of 5.33. Back that up with a 2.27. Red is in first. Masa Motohashi with a 3.83 and a 3.43 is in second. Brennan Rose in blue. He's got a 4.1. And we're going to tally his last score. Connor Baxter in the white is in fourth. Needs a 4.79. Here we go. This is red. Giorgio made it back out there. Nice turn for Giorgio. Now he's going to look for that insurance on the inside.
That's right. Giorgio getting a great frontside turn out the back. Giorgio quite the shortboarder as well. Just adding to that score, wanted to make sure he came in, did all the dirty work through the middle, and stay busy and got a couple little maneuvers on the inside just to capitalize on that outside maneuver. Definitely one of the most dynamic turns we've seen in this heat. It's a good wave there from Giorgio.
Yeah, he was hoping he would get more open face on the inside to bash it one more time, but only had those couple of foam climbs, but that'll help him improve on a 2.27. Brennan Rose, blue's last score was a 4.1. That takes him into first place. So blue in first, red in second. We're standing by for the last of red. Red only needed a 2.87 to regain the lead. He'll probably accomplish that with that radical speed float maneuver on the outside. Third place is yellow, Masa Motohashi. Fourth place is white, Connor Baxter.
As you can see on the screen right there, conditions getting pretty wild out the back with the wind as Connor and the boys. We're going to go through a replay right here, I believe, of Giorgio. Here we go. Boom. Hair flying. I love it. Giorgio.
Last score for Giorgio Gomez is 6.93. Red goes to first. Blue, you're in second. Yellow, you're in third. You need a 4.37. Yellow needs a 4.37. White needs a 5.73. The Turtle Bay banners flying and now really flying in the wind. And you see results of the previous heat. Leko, Fisher, Justin, and Riggs, first through fourth.
Connor Baxter up again. Got a couple turns on the outside. Probably one of his better waves of the heat. He's going to make his way back out, kicking out right next to that pier. Should get a clear path back into the lineup. And Giorgio, with that front side re-entry right there, basically a one-wave maneuver, receiving a 6.93 from the judges. Rewarding risk as he threw it up there on that huge closeout section. Giorgio currently leading this heat with a 6.93 and a 5.33 in red.
Some pretty big sets coming in. Here we go, dropping in on his backhand. Oh, that looked like blue Brennan Rose. You see how quickly the edges of the umbrellas are blowing rapidly. That is an indication of the strong onshore wind that is now prevailing here at Huntington Beach.
Rider paddling. This is your heat leader, Giorgio Gomez in red. Taking a look at this one, opts to not go. Brennan Rose, we were just talking about on that previous wave, just came back from Tahoe up there doing a race. It was a 22-mile flat water race of pain.
Here we go. This is a red. Looks like Giorgio Gomez. And throwing some nice tail over the section of that wave. Now working back on his right hand, looking for more open face. Foam climb off the white water, little roundhouse cutback. And you get some more. And bashes it one more time. So, a la Leco Salazar, Giorgio Gomez got a few goofy foot tricks up his sleeve and connecting from the outside to the inside.
Yeah, no doubt. Giorgio, a very stylish surfer. Pretty much known for those kind of slippery tail turns, as he saw, releasing the fins a little bit there. Definitely inspired from some of his shortboard background. But yeah, definitely working through the inside, getting that outside snap, and making it all the way to the inside, navigating the inside section, and finishing up strong. That'll definitely be a good score for Giorgio. As we see him run through the pier and hop in that riptide on the north side, have him tow right back out to the lineup, Rocky.
Yeah, I was noticing as the tide dropped yesterday, a lot of little rips forming along the beach, and you want to kind of jump in those little rips as Connor Baxter holds off Masamoto Hashi. And Connor trying to stay with this wave as long as he can. Currently in fourth, trying to get a score to take him up to second place. And continuing on the inside, coming back right now on his backhand. And bashes that little oncoming lip, but can't hold on. But Connor Baxter in the mix here in heat number 10.
Connor definitely staying busy. Sticking with those left-handers that are going into the pier. That one actually gave him all connection all the way through. So he should improve on some of his previous scores. We'll see that where that drops and sets him. As you see, Fernando Stala, pretty much the mayor of Punta Sayulita down here, getting ready for his next heat. Conditions continuing to increase with wind. As you can see, it's quite different from this morning with that sheet glass that we had all through the morning here. And now it's the trademark Huntington Beach south wind, Rocky.
Yep, the land gets so hot, kind of drawing that breeze straight on shore. And you can see all the texture on the waves now compared to this morning. Very, very tricky out there. We'll see who's able to work through all the chops in the next couple of heats to advance to round number 3. 4 minutes remaining. 4 minutes.
And with just about 4 minutes remaining in this heat, Giorgio Gomez still holding on to first place in red. Giorgio, you are in first. Brennan Rose in blue. you are in second. Connor Baxter in third. White only needing a 2.9 to turn this heat to jump over Brendan Rose for that second spot. Connor Baxter, you are in third, needing a 2.9.
Here we go. This is yellow. Masa Motohashi had a great showing in the trials run yesterday. A couple of really great scores. And just having a hard time finding the open face today.
We got riders paddling. Looks like Brendan Rose opting for this right. Throws it up there. Nice cutback through that chop. He's going to work it all the way to the inside. Setting up for him. Brendan's definitely going to throw it up there. Big floater. And not a bad wave there for Brennan. Getting a wave out, getting a turn out the back, as well as completing that inside maneuver.
Yeah, he might even put a little bit more pressure on Connor Baxter, currently in third, and Masa Motohashi, who is in fourth. And we'll just have to wait and see how that score comes in for Brendan Rose. Some beachgoers enjoying the sunshine, telling some good stories while hanging out here at Huntington Beach. And Giorgio Gomez out in front by a pretty good margin. Brendan Rose needs a perfect score to catch Giorgio Gomez. Connor Baxter nipping on the heels of Brendan Rose. Needs a 2.9, but we'll wait for that last score for Brendan to fill in. See if Connor will need more, as we are under a minute remaining. So Connor's score comes in, puts him in second momentarily as we see Giorgio Gomez. Brendan Rose will now need a score, and we're waiting for that last one to fill in for blue, 15 seconds. Counting down, 3, 2, 1. We're going to stand by. We're going to stand by. Heat number 11, stand by. So here are the results of that heat. Brendan Rose able to reclaim second. So Giorgio Gomez in first. Brendan Rose in second. Connor Baxter in third. Masa Motohashi in fourth. Counting down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Calling heat number 12 to check in. Kai Lenny, Robin Johnston, Noah Yap, Glenn Ovens. Please check in. Here we go, White, Kai Bates from Australia on his backhand. Nice big top turn there. Catches a rail and goes down. First scoring wave of this heat, number 11. Here we go, this is blue. Fernando Stala. And Fernando from Mexico doing a nice couple of combination maneuvers there. And gets on the board early as well. Only 2 minutes gone by, 18 minutes remaining. Here we go. This is red, Matias Salazar. Matias now working back on the right, on his backhand. Nice two-carve combo right there, and then the wave just steepens up and gets a bit too shallow and closes out. Here we go. Kai Bates. Second nice cut back. And a big floater on the inside, almost breaking more than his board, possibly, but he survives. He's back up.
As we wait for scores to drop, Matias Salazar coming into this first wave at a 6.0. Good score for Matias. Leco Salazar's little brother. It runs in the family. Everybody rips. Even their dad, I believe, is a Brazilian champion surfer as well. Kai Bates, Sitting in second with a 3.6 and a 1.4. Fernando Stala in blue in third with that 4.6 of his opening ride. Fernando, you are in third, only needing a small score of .33. And Rob in yellow, still looking for his first ride.
And we do have our winner from the last heat standing by with our camera number 2. It is Giorgio Gomez winning that last heat. Giorgio, you got to be feeling pretty good advancing into round number 3.
It's definitely tough with the wind and a lot of current. And just really stoked to be here, and the waves are fun. And everybody was ripping. So, yeah, I'm just really stoked. And cheers. Thanks.
Hey, how's your board from tagging the side of the pylon right there? Is any damage to your starboard?
No, these things are basically indestructible. But, yeah, I mean, everything was good. I didn't get cut up, but I had a couple close calls. But I was stoked. Yeah, I mean, it was pretty sketchy, and my mom was freaking out. But everything was good. So, yeah, I had fun.
Right on. Hey, Giorgio, you're surfing really good. Keep it up, buddy, and we'll see you in round 3.
All right, thanks a lot. Thanks, Rocky.
All right, Giorgio Gomez taking the win there in heat number 10. And catapulting into round number 3. Congratulations. Good job. And really surfed well. He had the outside maneuvers and then was able to come to the inside and finish strong with the maneuvers in the closeout shore break. So good combinations.
Yeah, Giorgio's got to be stoked to skip that repechage round. Well deserved, as he was taking advantage of that left. And Giorgio, with that signature kind of style he has, able to skate over the lip and throw his tail a little bit, definitely getting the scores in the last heat. And during that interview, we saw Mateus Salazar getting another decent ride, coming in at a 5.1. So Mateus, in red, you are currently leading this heat. Second place in blue, Fernando Stala. Third place in white, Kai Bates. You are in third. You need a 3.98. And still waiting on Rob's first ride with just about 12 minutes remaining in this heat.
So with 12 minutes, we've got heat number 12 checked in and getting ready to go. Kai Bates not able to get that one there. It is Mateus Salazar in first, Fernando Stala in second. As Dave Bainey just stated, the scores they needed to get to second place. Kai Bates bailing over the top on the outside. And Mateus with a pretty good heat total, a 6.0 and a 5.1. Fernando Stala right there with a 4.67. Wants a better, a 2.9. And yellow, Rob Bitzkowski still looking for his first ride. Was able to qualify through the trials into this main event from yesterday into today.
Rider paddling, that's Rob. And actually White is going to take this wave. Kai Bates opting out. See North scoring potential on that one. As we see the sets continuing to crash into the pier. That south swell definitely still coming in. And Kai and White from Australia looking at this one. Drops in. Nice little snap. Switches the paddle over for a nice roundhouse. right in the hook of that wave. Good timing from Kai right there. Another little cutty. It's going to go back left, throw it up, and complete that ride. Ooh, a little hair flick. I love those. And Kai Bates going to make his way back out. Nice ride from Kai Bates, Australia. And very stylish surfing there, Rocky.
Yeah, Kai Bates, a young fellow, but surfing quite mature for his young age and getting a pretty decent wave there, completing all the way through to the inside with even the hair whip.
The wind continuing to pick up here in Huntington Beach. Trademark south wind that we're all familiar with. As we see scores dropping with about 9 minutes or so left in this heat. Mateus Salazar in red still leading this heat. Second place is Kai Bates. Kai in white, you are in second. Third place, Fernando Stalla in blue. Fernando in blue, you need a 4.84 to get up into second. As you saw, Kai Lenny making his way out to the final heat of this men's round one of the main event. HB Pro Stand-Up World Tour. You could just see how choppy the lineup's getting as guys are navigating through these waves. As Rob Bitzkowski in yellow comes away with this right. Gets a little turn. Second turn. He's going to look for this reform. Rob waiting for it and opts out as the inside closes out for him. Rob finally getting his first wave. See if he can get back out in time and get another score. After the main round one, we are continuing with competition. I believe we are going to go straight through the women's repechage. And we might tap into the men's repechage as well. So athletes standing by, check with the beach marshal for updates on the scheduled events. As we see Fernando trying to throw it up there. Obviously, the conditions getting very difficult. Lots of cross chop, riptides, and wind, making it hard for the competitors here.
Yeah, the wind picking up just a little bit here in the last few moments, and you can see the evidence there. Articles of clothing and umbrellas, hair blowing in the wind. All right, so we just got the word that we are going to move into the women's repechage after the heat 12. And we got 6 minutes here in heat number 11, 6:30 remaining. Then we're going to go to heat 12, and then 4 heats of women repechage, and then continue tomorrow with the men's repechage, first thing bright and early at 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. And here we go, out the back it is Kai Bates from Australia, weaving his way down this wave. Hasn't really broken yet. Here it comes. Nice off the top there, squats low and just gets upended as the white water hits his heels. 5 minutes, 25 seconds remaining. I'd like to thank our great sponsors of this Stand-Up World Tour, Huntington Beach Pro. And thinking of Sunset Beach reminds me of our great sponsor, Turtle Bay Resort, headquarters of the Waterman League out on the North Shore. And we've come all the way here to Huntington Beach to watch some of the world's best compete at an iconic surf break here at Huntington Beach. Thank you to Starboard as well as Oakley Eyewear, as Matias Salazar tags it off the top, looking identical to Leco, and that's a down outright compliment to Matias as he works his way to the inside section and hopping over that little shore break chop all the way to the shoreline. Also mahalo to Tommy Bahama as well as Sobe, beautiful, great energy drinks, and also mahalo to Deuce Brand. A couple of competitors, looks like Casper Steinfath, one of those.
Yeah, and also Dylan Frick, all the way here from South Africa.
So, Dylan,
got to give the shout-outs to the South Africans making the trek.
It's a long ways here to California. And also to Casper from Denmark, the great surfing nation of Denmark. Casper representing very well.
Rob Bitzkowski in yellow, snagging that little left. Gets a couple turns before he exits that wave. Scores dropping. Matias Salazar, last wave, coming in at a 7.27. Matias, just precision backhand attack. Got that incredible backhand snap and did a good job staying busy through the midsection of that wave and finishing off all the way through to the inside. Matias with a lockdown of this heat. As you can see, Matias Salazar in red in first place. Kai Bates still hanging on to that second place position with a 5.9 as his highest score. Fernando Stalla in blue, you are in third, Fernando. Fernando, you need a 4.84 to turn this heat. And Rob Bitzkowski, you are searching for a 7.23. With about 1 minute and 45 seconds to go, competitors looking for their final scores.
Well, despite the wind roughing up the conditions here a little bit, it is still a gorgeous, beautiful, excellent day here at Huntington Beach. If anything, the wind helps to cool us down a little bit. If not, we would be just dripping in sweat standing still. But you see the wind blowing the indicating flag around right there, that circle, the yellow side showing less than 5 minutes. The starboard flag blowing briskly in the wind in the foreground, and you see some of the chops affecting the takeoff there. Buried the nose a little bit, did Fernando Stalla, was able to pull it out and cranks one off the top right away. And he goes down.
Too bad for Fernando, too. He started that wave off with a good reentry, needing a 4.8.
40 seconds remaining.
Might be his last chance, Rocky.
Yeah, with 25 less than that. That was the end of the heat right there. So Fernando Stala finishing in third. Matias Salazar in first, Kai Bates in second, Fernando Stala in third, and Rob Itzkowski in fourth. We'll be seeing Matias and Kai in round 3, and Fernando and Rob in the repechage. Standing by to start heat number 12. And there it is, heat number 12 underway. Heat number 1, women's repechage, check in. Heat 1, women's repechage, check in. Miley Tahar and Karen Jacobson, check in. Women's repechage, heat 1.
All right, to round this main event, Heat 12, we got in red Kai Lenny, current World Surfing SUP World Tour champion, as well as Stand-Up World Series race champion. Kai Lenny from Hawaii in red. Robin Johnston from Hawaii in white. Robin, one of the veterans on tour. Noah Yap in blue, I believe from Maui. Love watching Noah Yap surf. Gets a little fired up in heats too. I dig that. And then Glenn Ovens in yellow. I believe Glenn won the trials. Surfing really solid, making his way into the main event here. As we see in white right there on the screen. And up and riding is your world champion, Kai Lenny, negotiating all this chop, picking up speed, going left towards the pier. He's going to throw a nice little turn right there, comes back right, and that chop just getting nasty as Kai pulls the eject button. He's going to make his way back out.
Larry Haynes making friends on the beach. Some possible future camera operators giving him the secrets, giving him some knuckles. Yeah. Say, go get him, Uncle Larry. Here we go. This is yellow. That is Glenn Ovens. And Glenn, qualifying through the trials, did a great job yesterday. Sticking to it, consistently performing, and doing well enough to get into the main event today.
Check that lineup, Rocky. All that cross chop and wind as we see in white. Robin Johnston giving it a go. Robin digs out of that one. Robin, one of the veterans on tour. Also a competitor and shaper, rides his own boards, which you got to respect. That's pretty cool.
You know a little bit about that, Dave Bainey.
Yes, sir.
And here we go. This is blue, Noah Yap, with that kind of shovel nose, blunt nose board there. Saw Brand Rodigger riding one of those earlier today. He won his heat, so Noah trying to duplicate that feat here in heat number 12.
Yeah, Noah Yap riding some interesting boards. Noah does a great job of doing the social media thing. You know, he's always pumping out some video and footage of himself and his boys down in Maui. And he's been riding this funny little board for quite a while, and he knows how to surf it pretty good. He's blowing the tail, doing airs, and I really like watching Noah surf. Also gets pretty fired up in heats, which I enjoy as well, as Noah makes his way back out there. And scores dropping. Still waiting on a score for Kai Lenny in red, his first wave. Robin Johnston And Noah Yap.
Yeah, what a different scenario looking out in the ocean from this morning. Sheet glass to victory at sea in a matter of 6 or 7 hours. Just goes to show you how prominent this onshore wind is here in Huntington Beach. And our paddlers and our athletes dealing with it quite well. Still posting scores in the 7 and 8 point range. Just having to be a little bit more technical. Not only out there paddling around and searching for waves, but also while on the wave, negotiating those chops.
Yeah, Rock, and that's a testament to how good these guys really are on the Stand Up World Tour. We do have the best guys on the planet competing here this week. As we see the best surfer world champion, Kai Lenny, up and riding right now.
That wave just kind of came up out of nowhere. He saw it, and a nice top turn. A roundhouse cut back, good paddle transfer. Is working his way to the inside. Like you say, Dave, doing the dirty work in the middle section. And then finds a little bit of an inside shore break, but that one just jacked up so quickly.
Yeah, it's getting pretty wild inside there. And guys definitely getting bucked off their boards. Got a rider paddling out the back. Let's see who it is. Looks like Glenn Ovens once again in the yellow. Able to complete a maneuver in that choppy face as he works to the inside here. Glenn looking left, looking right, trying to see where the best opportunity is on this inside, as it is getting pretty crazy inside. And Glenn opts to pull out, save himself some time to get back out in the lineup. And what a cool opportunity, you know, to have the Stand Up World Tour here in Huntington Beach, to get to see someone like Kai Lenny surfing live. You don't see him all that often. You know, these guys are busy. It's cool to see them in town, as you see Noah Yap throwing it up backside. Noah Yap in blue. See if he gets any inside love from this wave.
And, hey, Dave, we got the winner of the last heat. Actually, one of our top 2 finishers in the last heat. We're going to take it down to Kai Bates live on the beach.
Let's go.
Yeah, had a fun heat out there. Really challenging conditions, but I was happy to get through the heat, and yeah, looking forward to tomorrow. Yeah, stoked.
Right on, Kai. You've competed here at Huntington Beach a couple of times. How is it different this year, you feel like, than in years past?
Yeah, the conditions are really different than other years. We haven't really had this much swell, and with that cyclone storm that come through and teared up the banks, it's changed the banks and the waves come through. So it's been really good waves today, but it'll be interesting to see when the swell picks up tomorrow, like it's predicted. So yeah, it should be exciting.
All right, man. Well, good job out there, and we'll see you competing again tomorrow in round 3. Congratulations.
Thanks, Rocky. Hi to all my followers in Australia. Yes, shout out to everyone at home. Yeah, stoked.
Right on, Kai. I'm sure you have a lot of folks that are rooting for you to do well, and they have something to cheer about for you today as you were able to make it to round 3. Good job, and we'll see you tomorrow. And meanwhile, here in heat number 12, we've got 11 minutes and 35 seconds remaining for these competitors to give it their best shot. Kai Lenny with a 6.67. Red is in first place currently. Blue, Noah Yap in second. Blue has a 3.0 and a 5.67. Glenn Ovens is in third. Yellow needs a 6.34 to go to second place. Robin Johnston in fourth. Robin needs a 5.61. Time remaining 11 minutes on the clock. We've got our girls in the repechage heat getting ready. And someone told me it is the surfer in red. It is her birthday. Miley, happy birthday. Hau'oli lahanau, as we say in Hawaiian language, as she's paddling out for her repechage heat in the red jersey. We'll let her know again when she gets out into the water and give her a shout out to wish her the best. As we see red and blue on the outside, that's Kailani and Noah Yap. And then Robin Johnston sliding into the frame on the left-hand side. And boards are sinking out there, shin deep, waiting for waves. There's a beautiful family enjoying the beach. Looks like some of the kids that Larry Haynes was hanging out with earlier. And using those sand tools very effectively, smoothing out the sand. Gonna maybe dig a hole, maybe put some sand in a bucket. Beautiful scene here at Huntington Beach. Make sure you use some sunscreen. Get yourself protected from the strong UV rays here in Southern California. There you go. Dig up the sand. Winds blowing. Turtle Bay flags are flying here at Huntington Beach, as well as the starboard flags. The brand new and improved Turtle Bay Resort. Kailani surfing with Noah Yap in his peripheral, kicks out, and nobody taking advantage of that wave, not wanting to get an interference. Smart move there probably from Kailani to avoid any interference call. Here's yellow, Glenn Ovens. And Glenn, some down the line speed on that forehand left, headed towards the pier. And slides a little cutty in there, gets the reform, and then says, whoa, wait, what am I doing? I don't want to get into that shore break. Six minutes, 50 seconds remaining. 6:50. Kailani in red in first. Noah Yap in blue in second. Glenn Ovens in yellow in third. Robin Johnston in white in fourth. Robin needs a 5.61. Glenn in yellow needs a 6.34. Here we go, red. Kailani. Nice transition of his weight there, bashing that first little section. And somehow holds on after getting tossed about by the big chops here at Huntington Beach with that onshore sea breeze. On the outside, Noah Yap. Nice long wall ahead, throwing an aerial. And cannot continue riding. 5:30 remaining. That was Robin Johnston going over that wave, trying to get in position for some kind of good set where he can make a move and get the score he needs to get into second place. I'm sure he would love to have a heat off and catapult into the third round. Right now, looks like the ocean is just providing a bunch of big chops, not really any surfable waves immediately. Robin Johnston having a look. He's going to give it a shot. And gets held off by Noah Yap, who's going left. And gets hung up in the lip on that backside floater.
With just about 4 minutes remaining, Kai Lenny in red remains on top in first place. Noah Yap in blue hanging on to second place as I see him paddling into this wave. Not going to give that one a go. Yellow, Glenn Ovens. He needs a 6.34 to turn this heat and move up into second. And Robin Johnston needing a 5.61 as we see heat leader, current world champion Kai Lenny, just snapping a front side turn right there, wrapping it back. Nice roundhouse cutback here. Inside section, providing another little snap, and gets one more. Great ride from your world champion Kai Lenny. Hearing the cheers from the beach, people definitely appreciating good surfing as Kai with a strong wave. 2.5 minutes remaining. See if Kai makes his way back out. What a great opportunity to see someone like Kai in town. Watch him compete in person here in Huntington Beach Pro. Kai is one of the busiest guys, I would say, in stand-up paddling. Just coming back from Fiji, straight into Huntington Beach. Woo! Wow, Rocky, I think you just threw out that U because I don't want to say the wrong thing, but I think we just saw the biggest wave score of today by Kai Lenny.
Yeah. And that last score is the highest score of the 2 days, the first 2 days here. And last wave for Kai Lenny, 8.83. Worked it all the way from the outside to the inside. And I believe the highest two-wave total as well, 8.83 and a 6.67. So Kai Lenny in red taking a commanding lead over Noah Yap, Glenn Ovens, and Robin Johnston. The battle is now for second, currently held by blue, Noah Yap. 1 minute remaining. And the scores still needed by Glenn Owens, 6.34 and 5.61 from Robin Johnston. And if it's going to happen for Robin or for Glenn, it needs to be in less than 50 seconds.
As this heat winds down, I mean, Kai Lenny, really no surprise. Kai always well composed. Seems to have that knack of the good waves coming to him, you know, that gift. And but then it's up to you to surf it well. And obviously, Kai's got the skill, your current stand-up world tour surfing champion and racing champion. Just going to work here in the main event, round one, as we count this heat down, about 15 seconds left. Kai posting the highest heat total of the event thus far.
And single wave score with that 8.83. 8.67 was the previous high wave. And that is the end of heat number 12. Heat number 12 is in the books. Kai Lenny in first, Noah Yap in second, Quinn Owens in third, and Robin Johnston in fourth. Here we go, starting Heat 1 of the women's repechage. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There's the start of heat number 1 for the women's repechage. We got Miley Tahar in red, Karen Jacobson in blue. Check in women's repo number 2, Talia DeCoit, Mason Schremer, and Keale Dories. Please check in, Talia, Mason, and Keale. Check in for heat number 2. We want to say happy birthday, Haoli Lahanau, to Miley Tahar, celebrating her birthday today. Happy birthday, Miley.
Heat winner in red, Kai Lenny. Surfing excellent in that last heat. Managed to get the highest heat total of the event thus far, as well as the highest wave score of the event, which says a lot. You know, the conditions are a lot more challenging, so Kai Lenny definitely in form, looks focused, and really no surprise, Rocky, being the current world champion on this stand-up world tour.
Yeah, he negotiated all of the sections very well and was light on his feet and his head on a swivel, which is seems to be the requirement here for these conditions at Huntington Beach. I mean, you always got to be looking your left, your right, and kind of seeking out those little pockets of energy to get those nice snaps off. And he did something that was not done yet in the event, which was to score in 8.87. And he did very well finding those little sections and bits of energy to exercise his maneuvers very well. And here we go. This is red. And she's up and riding. That's Miley Tahar. And Miley carving a nice turn, number 1 there.
As you see Kai Lenny once again on the live feed there. Fresh in from Fiji. I'm sure most of you guys follow Kai on Instagram or Facebook. Posting some cool photos of him and Noah Janela scoring some waves. Got a chance to talk to Kai. He said they scored Cloudbreak one evening. Solid 6-8 Hawaiian by themselves. I don't know if I believe that. But anytime you could get Cloudbreak to yourselves, that's quite amazing. Nonetheless, on an SUP. But Kai and Noah, good to have them here in Huntington. As we move straight in to the women's repechage. We're going to finish through the women's repechage. As we see in blue, Karen Jacobson go for that wave. Karen is from Punta Sayulita, part of the notorious Punta Sayulita crew. Fernando Stala, Bicho, all those guys. We got a 2-woman heat at the moment. Currently leading the heat is Miley from France. I do believe one surfer will advance. So out of these two, it's basically a man-on-man or heat here. So a lot at stake as this is an elimination round. One athlete moving on from this heat. 15 minutes remaining.
Check, check, 1, 2. Oh, you can hear.
And we are now in repechage heat number 1 for the women, but we're going to take you down to Kai Lenny, the winner of the last heat. Kai, you had a pretty good heat. Rough conditions out there, but you managed.
Yeah, you know, the conditions were pretty rough. A lot of water moving out there, but at least there's a lot of waves. And I kind of found a couple waves that I could really work off of. And my last one in particular was actually pretty fun. I just tried to stay smooth as I can and made it to the beach. But yeah, some fun waves out there for sure.
Any surf spots that you've surfed at home or in Hawaii that kind of remind you of this kind of keeping your head on a swivel, finding the little pockets of energy and ripping back and forth?
Well, the classic thing is that on Maui, this is like Maui glass. This is as light as it ever is over there in terms of wind. And we have a lot of spots that are really choppy and have these similar sort of waves. So kind of just relying on that. But yeah, the Maui glass didn't bother me too much. Just trying to, you know, work out which waves are going to take me all the way through.
Oh, well, you did very good out there. The highest heat total of the contest so far with a 15.5 and the highest single wave score, 8.87, so you got to feel pretty good moving into round 3. Congratulations and best of luck.
Thanks so much. Yeah, you know, I didn't expect to get very high scores in this heat, but I'm really stoked that I was able to. Just a big confidence booster going into tomorrow and the rest of this week.
Cool. Right on, Kai. Well, good job, and we'll see you tomorrow bright and early. Congratulations.
Right on. Thank you.
So Miley Tahar in this heat out in front. Only one surfer will move on of the repechage round. And 11 minutes remaining for Miley and Karen. Only one surfer will move on, as we just said. Here in the repechage round, the same goes for the men's repechage. Only one will advance on into round 3. Some spectators down the beach enjoying the action. Down towards the Huntington Beach Pier. The jet ski going by in the background, possibly a lifeguard wave runner doing some patrolling out there. Beautiful day, not a cloud in the sky. A warm sun, nice cool breeze. However, the cool breeze is giving us a little bit of chop here. This is surfer in red, Miley Tahar, celebrating a birthday today. And just a quick ride for Miley, 9 minutes, 15 seconds remaining. So the last score for Karen Jacobsen comes in at a 2.3. And she's able to take the lead there. So it is Mexico against France in this two-person heat for the women's repechage, heat number 1. Miley Tahar needs a 1.64. 6 minutes and 10 seconds. 6:10 remaining here in the Rapid Charge heat number 1 for Karen Jacobson and Miley Tahar. Karen with a big dismount on the outside.
Situation in the water with just about 5.5 minutes remaining. We do have Karen Jacobson leading this heat in blue. Miley Tahar in red in second. Only needing a small score of 1.64 to turn this heat. This is an elimination round. First, we'll move on. So Miley Tahar in second. Currently, you need only a 1.64 to turn this heat. With 4 minutes and 45 seconds remaining.
Under 4 minutes now, under 4 minutes in the Rapid Charge heat number 1. I want to say thank you to Turtle Bay Resort for putting on this great event, or helping to put on this great event with the Waterman League. Turtle Bay on Oahu's North Shore is your one-stop, all-you-need destination in Hawaii. On the North Shore, we have surfing and stand-up paddleboarding right there around the resort. If you haven't been there before, it's located way far away from Waikiki, thank goodness. And we enjoy surfing, stand-up paddleboarding. We have our own helicopter that we do aerial tours with. We have our own horse stables. We have about 30 horses that we do horseback tours on our 850-acre beachfront property. We have 2 very beautiful golf courses. We have off-road segways and all kinds of great bikes to rent. And just about anything to get you out and about, kayaks, you name it. We can show you a good time at Turtle Bay Resort. And when the sun goes down, we got Surf at the Bar with great live music. We've got great farm-to-table dining at Pa'akai and Kula Grill. We've also got our golf course restaurant, which is Lele's, and our beachfront restaurant, which is Ola on the beach. So great dining options in and around Turtle Bay Resort. We got the guidepost right in the center lobby to help organize your fun calendar itinerary for the week for you and your family. The guidepost headed up by Alicia with staff members Amy, Spencer, and Koa there to help you make the best of your Hawaii North Shore vacation and adventure. Turtle Bay on Oahu's fabled North Shore, your home away from home and official gateway to the North Shore of Oahu. Make a trip out there this winter. We'll have a good time at Turtle Bay Resort. Karen Jacobson out in the lead with 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining. 30 seconds. All right, that is the end of heat number 1 of the Repechage Women's Division. Karen Jacobson in first. Miley Tahar in second. Karen going on to round 3. Here we go. Stand by to start heat number 2 in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Heat number 2 underway. Check in heat number 3. Sophia Bartlow, Lori Park, and Nikki Newland. Check in for heat number 3. Check out the wind whipping around our flags here at the Stand-Up World Tour Huntington Beach Pro. Starboard flags flying, Turtle Bay flags flying as well. Once again, heat number 3 check in. Sophia Bartlow, Lori Park, and Nikki Newland check in. There's Karen Jacobson. She won her repechage round. And Keale Doris, you need to stand up. Blue, please stand up on the outside. Blue. Blue needs to be standing. All competitors, please stand as much as possible, whenever possible. Blue, you got to stand up. Somehow we found Larry Haynes on screen. Blue, you got to stand up. Keale Doris. Blue, stand up. All right, so on the beach we've got Karen Jacobson, the winner of that last repechage. And Karen, a little rough conditions out there, but you made it through. How do you feel?
My heat was definitely hard. The ocean is going crazy. There's waves all over. I don't know what happened to the third competitor in my heat. She didn't show up. The other girl and me were struggling out there, but we managed ourselves to catch 1 or 2 waves. So I think we did our best, especially with the conditions out there.
Well, you survived, and you're on to round 3. So good job, Karen, and we'll see you surfing tomorrow. Aloha.
Aloha. Yeah, I don't know what to say.
So in this heat number 2, no waves ridden yet. $11 minutes and 25 seconds. Whoever just catches a wave would be in a good spot here. We got no surfers with waves yet. There's some activity through the Huntington Beach Pier on the north side. Everybody taken to the beach, hanging out, having a good time. Beautiful sunshine here in sunny Southern California. And you see the wind blowing that boogie board around like a little kite on the end of the leash. Onshore winds picking up pretty good here throughout the day. Back to the south end of the pier where the surfing area is located. Still waiting for one of our girls to catch a wave and be the one to kind of break the ice here under 10 minutes now. That's Keale Dories from Australia.
You make a good point, Rocky, as the girls in this heat having it pretty tough. Lots of closed out waves, lots of ripping wind. Both competitors yet to draw blood in this heat. And this heat is more than halfway over. As we know, this is an elimination round and only 2 competitors out in the water. First place moves on only. You got to imagine one of these girls are looking for that wave.
Yeah, look at those flags really blowing here at Huntington Beach. Straight back on shore. And back out to the lineup. And back to our scene. See Judge Lapo hanging out on the front porch there.
Great shot of the competitors right there. You could see the elements they have to face right now. Look how choppy that water is. And quite impressive, Rocky, for them to stay up on their boards. I would say the average stand-up paddler would not be, well, for one, probably not be surfing out in those conditions. But 2, definitely prone paddling or sitting down.
Well, and also the glare. Looking out on the ocean, it's quite intense. Hard to read the waves when there's that much glare out there.
Yes, glare, combination of glare, chop, and wind, definitely making it quite difficult. As we see a little beach cleanup going on.
That's Dylan Frick from South Africa, just spending some time on the beach. As we see up and riding, I believe that is blue. That is Keale Dories. She gets on the board and will take the lead with 6 minutes and 35 seconds.
So Keale finally drawing first blood in this heat. She's got to be stoked to get a wave under her belt. With just about 6 minutes remaining. Keale Dories making an effort there.
And while we're watching this repercharge heat number 2, we're going to take you down on the beach with Tristan Boxford, head of the Waterman League and the Stand Up World Tour and World Series. Tristan started off the day with great conditions, still plenty of waves, and now we've got the typical Huntington chop happening right now.
Well, you're absolutely right, Rocky. This morning was pretty epic conditions for Huntington Beach, really clean, obviously no wind and a pumping swell. This afternoon, definitely more challenging, so the girls have got their work cut out, but it's exciting to see just the performance level going through the roof here on the Stand Up World Tour. Both the men and women really showcasing some phenomenal performance today.
Well, and that's part of the challenge and part of the athleticism and the showcasing of you know, the athletics of our competitors is their ability to excel and compete in any conditions.
You want to be the best athlete you can be no matter what the conditions, and I think, you know, that is the true testament of a professional athlete. So, you know, you got to see the challenge, take it and embrace it, and that's what the athletes have done today. And so my hat's off to all of them putting on a great performance today.
Well, and they're all dealing with the same conditions. Everybody's, you know, surfing the same area. There's no really advantages or disadvantages. It's all about who's kind of going to step up into the moment and shine even when things take a turn, for the not so favorable, but it's still very contestable.
Absolutely, Rocky. I mean, I know for myself, I'd love to be out surfing, even though it doesn't look that great. I grew up in England, so already this is probably an upgrade. With the sun shining, it's a beautiful day here at Huntington Beach. And as we saw in that last heat with Kai Lenny getting the highest heat score of the day in some of the worst conditions. So I think that's showcasing the performance potential here. And, obviously excited to see this competition progress.
Tell us about the trial day yesterday of the new names and the great performances and their transition into the main event.
Absolutely. Well, it was just so good to see a completely international field as we have become used to, fortunately, seeing here on the Stand Up World Tour. So great to see the Republic of South Africa well represented with some strong performance from Thomas King winning and Justin being in second there. But also the Tahitians here, our Israeli competitor finishing third, Nitsan Benaim, and Masa Motohashi from Japan. So truly international field. Some of them new faces on the World Tour, and we're excited to see a lot more of them. Clearly, the hotbed of talent worldwide is growing by the day.
And the men's main event, round one today, I mean, majority of the heats, we're looking at the list here, and the top seeds obviously are in the red rash guards. And we saw a lot of red rash guards finishing in first today. Talk about those top seeds and the way they've been surfing all year.
Yeah, I think just over the past year or so, those top seeds have really established themselves as the leading figures in the sports. And certainly no surprise today to see, the likes of Kyle Vaj, Mo Freitas, Kai Lenny, all these guys, and Sean Pointer, of course, and Zane Schweitzer put on a great performance. So, all these guys are just highly tuned, amazing professional athletes, and the performance level continues to progress. But, as you said, Rocky, it's great to see this new talent coming in, and I'm interested to see how it faces up against the best of the best.
Yeah, it's cool to see the new names coming in, and they got to be excited to be competing against some guys that they've watched the last few years really take the sport to another level. And looking forward to more action later in the week. What's the swell forecast and what's the wind forecast?
Yeah, I think all in all, it's looking pretty promising. We've got a holding swell tomorrow, so fingers crossed tomorrow morning should see some great conditions for the kickoff of the men's repechage. Then we'll go straight into round 3 of the women, and then I think this swell, there's actually a couple of swells. It'll hold through Friday, so we should have some great conditions to be able to wrap the event. Fingers crossed we'll wrap on the final day before the wind really kicks in. But certainly a full week of action for you. We then go into the World Series, of course, which will be running Saturday and Sunday.
All right, well, definitely, like you said, looking forward to a full week of great stand-up paddle action. Tristan Boxford, thank you very much for putting on a great event and spending some time with us.
Thank you, Rocky.
So Tristan Boxford giving us a little inside info on the happenings here at the Stand Up World Tour Huntington Beach Pro event, part of the World Tour surfing action side of stand-up paddle, and also part of the World Series racing side of stand-up paddle. And a sport that has grown exponentially in the last few years is being taken to even further heights by these great athletes that we're watching out here today. Here is Keale Dories with her second scoring ride, and that'll solidify her first place position with 35 seconds remaining and her advancement into round number 3. 30 seconds. A 157 score for Keale Dories, and she will take that one with the win. And she finishes in first place. So Keale Dories in first, Mason Shermer in second, Talia DeCoit in third. Heat number 3 getting ready to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Heat number 4, please check in. Sarah Hauser and Dominique Miller. Heat number 4, check in. Sarah Hauser, Dominique Miller.
As we get heat number 3 underway, women's repechage heat number 3, that is, featuring in red, Sophia Bartlow, white, Lori Park, and blue, Nikki Newland. Giving it a go, as this is an elimination round. Winner of this heat will join many competitors from the first round: Izzy Gomez, Laura Clayton, bigger names in round 3. So winner of this heat will move on to round 3 tomorrow, as we got a rider up. That is in red. That is Sophia Bartlow. Getting this heat going right away. As we saw last heat, lots of closeouts, lots of wind and conditions ripping through the lineup, as riders spent half the heat searching for a wave to get going. Sophia's got to be stoked to get this heat started with that first wave. Great shot from our cameraman right there online, as you could see just how tough the conditions are for these athletes as the wind continues to pick up, just making it quite hard to stay standing on your board, which is a requirement on the Stand Up World Tour. You must remain standing the entirety of the heat. As we see winner from last heat, that's Kiali Dory's making her way back. We do have rider paddling. That's Lori Park in white, opting for the more southern peak down here right in front of the judges. From this angle, it could look a little smoother where Lori's hanging out. That could be part of her strategy. Easier to stand up on your board, conserve more energy in those legs, as you got to believe legs of these competitors are definitely starting to fry as they have surfed a couple times today. See some waves approaching. Let's see if the servers can get into position. See a rider up and riding. I believe that is White. That is Lori Park going on this left. Able to get a clean ride and exit. She exits out to hopefully save some time to get back out. As you can see, it's quite challenging for the competitors right now. Waves continuing to pour in as this swell slated to stick around for the remainder of this week. Tomorrow's going to be very similar in size. And if you joined us earlier, we had some great conditions this morning. Lots of good surfing going on. We had the world's best all in one spot. All right, and we're going to jump down to the beach interview. Last heat winner, Kiala Dories. What's up, Kiala? How'd it go out there? It looked kind of rough for you guys, but you managed to catch a couple waves towards the end of the heat, and moving on, you got to feel good.
Yeah, it was extremely tough out there. The wind and the size of the waves definitely made it really tough. The girls, I think it was Mason and I, we had a tough run out there. But it was all fun, and that's what we're trying to focus on, just have as much fun as possible.
Yeah, for sure. You got to keep positive mindset in those conditions. And how was it? Was it quite hard to stay up on your board? You guys are out there for quite a while without a wave, so I got to imagine it must have been tough navigating through the lineup and finding those waves to get those scores.
Yeah, it was definitely hard to stand up out there. I even chose a bigger board for the day, and I still couldn't stand up on it. But it was all good. It was all fun competition.
Hey, well, you did great. You managed to turn the heat and advance. We'll see you tomorrow for round 3. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Looks like we got an attempt by Sophia. A lot of waves forming up, but kind of running into the wave in front of them. So sometimes the wave will look like a wave, but it ends up just being some chop. So competitors with that sun in their eyes and the wind definitely trying to choose the right wave to give them some scoring potential. We are in ladies repechage. Heat number 3, second to last heat of the day. If you've been joining us from home online, thanks for joining us here at the HB Pro, watermanleague.com. Awesome first day, or second day of competition, the first day of the main event. Viewers got to see the world's best, catch some waves. We saw some really, really nice surfing and great performances. Kai Lenny getting the biggest heat score of the day. Leco Salazar surfing incredible as well. And all your usual suspects pretty much making their way, skipping the repechage and going into round 3. As we see the current rankings leaders, top 3, all winning their earlier rounds. Kyle Vaz setting the tone with the first heat of the morning, throwing down 7s every ride he got. And Kai Lenny, of course, making his heat. And Sean Pointer rounding out the top 3 in the ratings. All looking solid. Looks like we have some waves out front. Ryder paddling. Nice drop in. Negotiating all that bump, as you can see. Fading left and just runs into the wave in front. Doing what she could on that wave. I believe that was blue, Nikki Newland. With just about 9 minutes remaining in this heat, we got some scores dropping in. Situation in the water, red, Sophia Bartlow. You are currently in first place. Sophia. Second place is Lori Park in white. White, Lori Park, you are in second place. And rounding out the heat at the moment is Nikki Newland in blue. She'll be looking for a score. As first place finisher does move on into round 3. This is an elimination round. Just about 8 minutes left. Conditions continuing to get more challenging. Rider up. We got the heat leader in red, Sophia Bartlow, going on her backhand. Sophia staying pretty active in this heat. This is her third wave thus far. Gets a little clean face on the inside right there.
Yep, just trying to work through and get her spot in the third round, knowing that she could surf tomorrow morning and get back to those nice conditions. So kind of paying her dues right now, battling through these tough conditions, knowing there's a light at the end of the tunnel tomorrow for cleaner conditions in the morning.
Very true, Rocky. These competitors definitely do want to make it to the next round, as the waves and the swell forecasted to still be amazing. And in the morning, quite glassy has been the trend. So Sophia hanging on to that first place position, as one competitor will advance from this round.
Sophia's mom, Jericho Poplar, a legend among surfing, especially in the women's divisions. She was a pioneer for the World Longboard Tour. And she's got a square on the Surfing Hall of Fame and Walk of Fame right here at Huntington Beach. And is always a participant in the Legends Classic over at the Duke Kahanamoku Ocean Fest, is Jericho Poplar. So legendary surfer and longboard pioneer for longboard competition. Sophia's mom, Jericho Poplar. She's, like I said, got a square on the Surfing Walk of Fame back here on Main Street at Huntington Beach. Last score for red, Sophia Bartlow, a 5.33. She's got a commanding lead with 3 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. There you see Lori Park, our surfer in second place. She is needing a 6.8 to get to first place and advancing position from this rapid charge round. And Sophia Bartlow looking to secure that spot. Cannot get into that wave. Here we go, Sophia Bartlow turning around, having a look, and she's going to get it. Securing that first place position. One minute remaining. 1 minute. So we're winding out day number 2, Dave Bainey. And
Yes,
we are in rapid charge heat number 3, winding it down. It's about 20 seconds left in this heat. We have one more rapid charge to go. And it's been a wild afternoon with a lot of wind coming in. But looking forward to tomorrow with really nice conditions for the start of the men's rapid charge round.
Yeah, no doubt. If you guys joined us earlier, there was some incredible surfing going on. The world's best. They all competed today. So we saw some great surfing. The wind started picking up. We did make the call to end the competition after this final rapid charge heat. I think it's a great call because there's waves on the way, waves all week, and tomorrow we'll get it nice and glassy again, and the swell's gonna be similar. So make sure to join us tomorrow morning, bright and early. I believe at 7 a.m. for the men's round 3.
lot of texture out there. You see all those chops. You see that glare. Some chops even breaking right in front of our competitors. All right, so heat number 4 is on. The last heat of today, day number 2, here at the Stand Up World Tour, Sunset Huntington Beach Pro. And we've got two surfers in the heat, Sarah Hauser and Dominique Miller. So Sarah Hauser and Dominique Miller going to duel it out here in the white and in the blue. I'd like to thank all of our great sponsors. I'd like to thank the Waterman League, also Turtle Bay Resort, as well as Oakley and Starboard Innovation Quality. Girls, you can surf wherever you find a wave, on the inside or in the shore break. It's no worries. You can surf right here if you want. Don't need to go all the way to the outside. You can surf right on the inside. It's okay. Sophia Bartlow, you were able to get a few waves and make it through and advance to round number 3. You got to feel pretty good about that.
Yeah.
All right, Sophia, now we got you mic'd up. How did it feel out there to make it out of these rough conditions into round 3 tomorrow?
Yeah, definitely not the easiest conditions, but it's super beautiful and it feels really good to make it through to the next round.
Well, you surfed really well, conditions considering. You're going to be in round number 3, and you'll hopefully get some glassy surf tomorrow, but you're looking forward to that.
Super stoked.
All right, Sophia, great job, and we'll see you in round 3. Congratulations, and good job.
Thank you so much, everybody.
And Sophia, we'll see her in round number 3. And meanwhile, we're going to see who makes it out of this heat. The 4th heat of the Repechage is happening right now. And we've got Sarah Hauser and Dominique Miller who are battling it out not only with each other, but also with these gnarly conditions that are upon us for this Rapid Charge heat number 4, Dave.
Yes, Rocky, still plenty of swell, but it was completely the right call to call off the event after this final heat, as we will be expecting more swell for tomorrow. And as you know, this morning was just awesome conditions. And we'll get underway with men's Rapid Charge early in the morning. So please join us here at the Stand Up World Tour HB Pro.
And here goes blue. That's Dominique Miller. And she's going to get it a little bit. So that was a ride for Dominique Miller, a 0.5. She goes to first place. Actually, it was a 0.4. Once again, thank you to all of our sponsors of this Stand-Up World Tour Huntington Beach Pro. Brought to you by Starboard, Innovation Quality, as well as Turtle Bay Resort, Oakley Sunglasses, and the Waterman League, and also Sobe, Tommy Bahama, as well as Deuce Brand. $11 minutes and 35 seconds remaining. 11:35 remaining. Sarah Hauser gets a 1.83 and takes the lead. Second place, Dominique Miller, needs a 1.74 to go to first and to advance into the third round.
Nice shot of the north side of the pier right there. Plenty of people out and about today. The weather's just been amazing. All week long it's going to be great down here. So please join us here for the Stand Up World Tour. HB Pro. Bring an umbrella. Bring a friend. Bring your bathing suits. Get oiled up. And watch some of the best stand-up paddle surfing right before your eyes. World famous Surf City, Huntington Beach. For anybody joining us today for the event, taking some photos, sharing some of the action on Facebook and Instagram, you could join us on social media by hashtagging HB2014. That is HB Pro 2014, and participate online with us here at the Waterman League. You can also follow us on Instagram at Stand Up World Tour. We will be posting all day long, keeping you up to date with all the action. With 7 minutes remaining, situation has not changed. We still have white, Sarah Hauser from France. Sarah, you are in first place. Blue, Dominique Miller, you are in second. You only need a 1.74 to turn this heat and advance into round 3. Just about 6.5 minutes remaining in this final heat of the women's rapid charge round. Interesting situation unfolding out in the water. Looks like Dominique in blue making her way back to the shore. With 5 minutes still remaining, she only needs a little score to make this heat. I'm wondering if she has a little bit of an injury. We'll have to check in when she gets here.
I'm not sure. She's moving pretty good, but could possibly be a foot injury as she's holding one foot a little bit above the water. We'll wait and see if we could have whoever is helping Dominique Miller down near the shoreline. We can figure out what may have happened. And lifeguards are responding. Or at least are there. Looks like she might have possibly cut her hand. Time remaining, 3 minutes, 40 seconds, 3:40. Would you guys be able to tell us if Dominique is going to go back out? Is Dominique going to go back out? She's currently in second place. 3 minutes, 15 seconds remaining. So she gets patched up and is going to make her way back into the water. Two minutes and 45 seconds. Dominique, you need a 1:74. You need a 1:74. She needs a 1.74 with 2 minutes and 35 seconds remaining. And she's going to give it a valiant effort. So a lot of respect to Dominique Miller coming in for some treatment and heading back out to try to get a 1.74 and advance to round number 3. One minute, 30 seconds, 1:30 remaining. Dominique Miller racing against time. Needs a 1.74 with 1 minute, 5 seconds remaining. Sneaks out through the riptide right there. Getting to open space. 55 seconds. She's up on her feet. 45 seconds. 45 remaining. Okay. We're encouraging her to just turn around and catch anything with 30 seconds. And letting that one go. 20 seconds. And White up and riding with a possible clinching ride. Could push up the score she needs. Counting down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that is the end of day number 2 of competition here at the Stand-Up Paddle World Tour Huntington Beach Pro. And what a great showing today for all of our competitors. We had great conditions to start off day number 2. We got into the main round of the women's, main round of the men's, and ended with the repechage of the women. What impressed you today so far, Dave?
Yeah, Rocky. Well, today was a day to come down and watch. You know, every surfer got to surf, all the best surfers on the planet. So we had some great surfing going down. You know, the top seeds doing what they do, no surprise. And a couple of other guys, you know, surprising with some good scores. Some of the trialists definitely giving them some hell. And we're off again tomorrow morning, straight into it with the men's repechage. I believe it's 7 a.m.
Yeah, so thank you for joining us for day number 2. Dave Bainey, along with Rocky Cannon, on behalf of the crew, Tristan Boxford, and all of our staff and sponsors here at the Stand-Up Paddle World Tour. We thank you for joining us, and we hope to see you tomorrow morning, bright and early, 7 a.m. Pacific Standard Time for the men's repechage round. Good evening, aloha, and mahalo.
Boom.